Hey.
Pill News.
Come get you.
Dispenser.
Hey. Pill News.
Come get your head.
Pill News.
Come get your head. Pill News. Dispenser.
Come get you. Hey.
Pill
Come
News.
get you.
Dispenser.
Hey. Come get you. Hey.
Pill News.
Come get you.
Dispenser.
Hello, how are we doing today, guys? Or tonight? This is the Red Pill here at the Red Pill News Dispensary. I hope you guys enjoyed the new little intro I made just for this video. I just want to check on chat real quick, make sure that everything's good. Hopefully you guys could hear that. But just in case you couldn't, let's play it one more time. All right. Now, let's see who's in the house tonight. We have alright, so we got, let's see, no sound? Oh, sounds good. Okay. Alright. Oh, is there no sound on the, I just made it, so I don't even care. I don't mind playing it again. Along with the regular intro. Just give me a chance to do that real quick. I don't want to kind of kill it, but just in case there was no sound and while people were still coming in, let me pull that up. I just created that. That's why I'm kind of late tonight. I was working on these things. They're small, but you know, they make a difference. And where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay. So normally we start out like this. Start out like Alright guys, so let's get into it. And let's see. Oh wait. You know what? You guys couldn't even see. Okay. I'm sorry to literally play this out, but I worked on it for too long for it not to be the intro. So everyone just getting here. Alright, let's get to it. I still having massive these hotkeys, by the way. Really a pain. Anyways, okay. Again, having to do this. Alright. Alright guys, so we got a few things that we're going to be going over tonight I mean, and there's actually a few things. So first, let me check chat, make sure, see who's here, shout you guys out. Alright, let's see. Alright, Kelly Kivo, get the wrench. Hello. Veronica Wenjihat. Hola Familia from Arizona. Hola. Prep for Life. Hello from Florida. Veronica saying hello to Kelly Kivo. And no sound. I heard the Institute, it just went quiet afterwards. Great now. Oh, that's so cool. I see half of it. Oh, well, that wasn't the actual intro. That was the full screen one. The other thing I've had for a while. I'm trying to replace it, kind of. Joe Salamone. I see half of it. Oh, now you got it. Yeah. Something is supposed to coming out that is biblical. Oh, what do you mean by that, Kelly Kibo? I'd be interested to hear. Good thing we're doing calls tonight. Suzanne Welch, what's up, Drop? And hey, Drop, how you doing? Actually, speaking of. Oh, wait. 1 second here. That's the wrong one. Trying to find where. I'm trying to find Drop. If you've been at any of these videos, let me know. So, Jeffrey Epstein was found in his cell, injured, not dead. It seems to be an apparent suicide, rather than a shoot. I should be able to do it from here. Dead. It seems to be an apparent suicide, rather than a shoot. No. It is. Oh, here we go. Alright. I should be able to do it from here. So, even if that's fine too, you know, it's just, you know, I would like you to have it for when you are here. I know that you can't make every show and you have a lot going on. Gotta call snafu. Okay. See half of it. Now you got it. Alright, so let's get to the information. Let's see. Okay. So, getting into the information right away. How about one more play? Alright. First of all, now if you guys were there for when I called in to my Fugle, I dropped a number on him that he couldn't even believe when I called in, and he was like 829 million, you know, to Guantanamo Bay. What? So I just want to first of all prove that. I proved everything else. So, oh, is this the Pentagon one? There's also one to Guantanamo Bay. Well, it's through the Pentagon. But Simon's Government Technologies. Let's make sure that Oh, okay, so good. Now you guys should be able to hear me loud and clear. I called this into my Fugu along with, I literally dropped like 8 red pills on that show, on 5 different subjects. One of them were challenged, and I made a 7-hour prove it type video. I proved it extremely thoroughly, because, you know, I never put anything out unless I can prove it. So I made sure to prove what was questioned, and we did that on one of the last shows. So Siemens Government Technologies Inc., a unit of Siemens AG, has been awarded an $829 million contract for energy savings and performance measures at the U.S. Naval Base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, the Pentagon said on Thursday. I wonder what that could be for. And then on top of that, you know, there was also some interesting information that was coming out about, and by the way, on that same exact day that $829 million was given to Guantanamo Bay, a Obama era postponement on executions was lifted. So executions are now a go again. They were stopped or at least postponed during Obama, and on the same exact day that $829 million goes to Guantanamo Bay, they lifted the postponement on the executions. So now our country is doing executions again on that same day. Again, I'll say it again, that the $829 million, almost $1 billion, went to Guantanamo Bay. Alright. Now the DOD also, this just came out. The DOD identified some Army casualties, and I'm a little bit hesitant with this because, you see, this is from the DOD, and it's 7:30 at 9:07, and I'm a little bit hesitant about putting this out. Alright, we got our first phone call here. Hi, this is the Red Pill News Dispenser.
Hey Matt, nobody can see your screen.
Oh, no one, okay, thank you so much. Thank you so
You
much.
need the desktop, and if you want to lower the hotkeys real quick, just set up a couple.
Set up a couple? Yeah, I could really, yeah, I know, I really have to do it. I just, okay, so no one can see the screen. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Okay, really, they couldn't see my screen? Right, really, wow.
No, we can see your picture with your image background, but you can't see the desktop for the articles.
So you guys can't see the DOD identify Army casualties?
No, we can't see it at all.
Oh, I wonder if it's, you know what they've been doing lately is like, they've been making really long, cause you should be able to see it.
You got an image that says Red Pills loading.
Oh, okay, I got it.
You
know, I was on the wrong side.
Where you need to go.
I was on the wrong side, that's why. Okay, I had 2 open at once. Okay, thank you so much.
Alright, if you get time later this week or something, just text me at this number and I'll run you through hotkeys and set some up for you.
Alright, thank you so much. I appreciate
And get
that.
your chat there on the screen too if you want.
Oh, yeah, that'd be amazing.
Okay.
Alright, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Alright, sorry guys. I was almost positive I had it up. So this whole time I've just had this playing. Wow. So, okay. So now that I do have this up, so I hope you guys could have saw, we're seeing, I mean, the intro. Oh man, I probably lost some people. Okay. Alright. That is the intro for the main points that we're going to go over today. Let me make sure that I have the right one up. Well, I got both up anyway, so either works. Okay, good. Alright, so this is the $829 million U.S. defense contract from the Pentagon that is going to Guantanamo Bay. And like I said, there were 8 red pills on 5 different subjects that I dropped when I called in my Fugal. This one might have been the one that really blew his mind the most, but one of them was somewhat challenged by Dex, but he was just doing his due diligence, and I have no problem with that. But I ended up making a video thoroughly proving what I was saying. So if you guys want to see that video, that is actually, I'll show you right now. That is this video right here. Oh, I can't really go to it right now. So, I just want to show you guys where to find that. It's a very long video. This one, Call to My Fugal, Q, 16 Marines arrested, and Walt Disney Epstein proof, and regarding redacting. So, you know, that's a very interesting video. I go into depth into this fella, Farkas, and if you actually zoom in on his neck, he has 3 crosses in a triangle form, and I've seen that before on like gang members, and but these are the type of gangs that you know, you don't exactly want to be anywhere near. So let's continue. So so we went over that, right? Or did we? Because I know the red pills were up. So Siemens unit wins $829 million U.S. defense contract, Pentagon. Siemens Government Technologies Inc., a unit of Siemens AG, has been awarded an $829 million, so almost $1 billion contract for energy savings and performance measures at the U.S. Naval Base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, the Pentagon said on Thursday. And on that same exact day, they also lifted Obama's postponement on executions. So on the same day that they make executions possible again in this country is the same day that $829 million, so almost $1 billion, goes into Guantanamo Bay. For those of you with ears to hear and eyes to see and minds to know, you know what that means. Okay, so on to the next thing. This is pretty sensitive information that I was able to get my hands on through a source. But this source, I don't know how he feels about me. I think this might have been for my eyes only, but he didn't say that. I only say it because the Department of Defense sent this bulletin at 9:07 Eastern Time on 7/30/2019. So I just want to make sure that, you know, families were notified. And there's some names in there. So you know what? I would love to give it. It's Army. DoD identifies Army casualties. The Department of Defense announced today the deaths of 2 soldiers who were supporting Operation Freedom's Sentinel. I mean, chances are that they're not watching this show, of course. Both soldiers died July 29th, 2019 in Tarin-Kaut, Uruzgan Province, Afghanistan, as a result of wounds sustained in a combat-related incident. The incident is under investigation. The deceased are a private first class from Ohio and a specialist from North Carolina. And that's just about as much as we're going to say on that, just in the interest of the families, okay? There's a lot more there. I don't think that the families are watching this small channel, but, you know, you never know. So, yeah, isn't that cool? That's what took so long, by the way. Just putting that together, that short video. Okay, so hopefully this is a thumbnail. Hopefully, because there's obviously a sensitive photo or two in there. So hopefully that went through. Now, subpoenas issued for FBI, CrowdStrike, and DNC. Subpoenas issued for FBI. Oh, okay. I just got word from the source that the families are already notified. I kind of figured that much as what, anyways, or else, you know, they wouldn't let it get out. But okay, so we will honor these men. The deceased are Private First Class Brandon J. Kreischer, Specialist Michael Isaiah Nance, 24, of Chicago, Illinois. Oh, when I looked quick, I thought I saw North Carolina. Okay. Although maybe the reason I was thinking North Carolina is both of these two are out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I just saw from the source. Oh, it says it right here as well. Both soldiers were assigned to the 1st Battalion, 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 3rd Brigade Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division. Extremely decorated division, the 82nd Airborne, out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. For more information regarding Private First Class Brandon J. Kreischer and Kreischer and Specialist Michael Isaiah Nance, media may contact Lieutenant Colonel Mike Burns, Public Affairs Officer, 82nd Airborne Division, at 910-432-6900. 6189 or this email. I actually might contact him tomorrow morning before work. I don't have work until 1:30, so that's when my day. I have, second shift at the radio station. But okay, so next, because I like to know a little bit more, because it seems like there's more to the story. So back to this. Subpoenas issued for FBI. Did I say FBI? Yeah. Subpoenas issued for FBI, CrowdStrike, and DNC records on, quote, I'm doing air quotes, Russian hacking and Seth Rich. This afternoon, I issued subpoenas to the FBI, CrowdStrike, and the Democratic National Committee for their records on murdered DNC employee Seth Rich. The subpoenas further demand all evidence that Russian hackers were responsible for obtaining DNC emails in 2016 that were later published by WikiLeaks. 2 weeks ago, attorneys representing Roger Stone forced prosecutors to admit that Special Counsel Robert Mueller and Obama-era intelligence officials never examined the DNC servers that purportedly were hacked by the Russians. Now, any of you that saw that sad situation of an old Marine who I felt bad for at first, but after learning a couple things about how he let Epstein off the handle, he was one of the ones, along with Acosta, that let Epstein get that deal in the first place. And someone on the show said the other day he was the head of the CIA, and I kind of made a face, because I don't recall that, but he was the head of the FBI, I believe, or second in command at least, and I believe that he wanted that FBI job, and the day after he was told that he wasn't going to be given the FBI job and instead I believe it's Christopher Wray, but Ray got the job. That was the day when he was asked to take on this task. And, I know that a lot of these guys are good at acting, but this guy would deserve an Oscar if he was acting that whole time. He seemed like he was just a figurehead. They knew it, and the 14 totally left-leaning prosecutors are the ones who actually wrote that report. It was so obvious watching it. Okay, so let's continue. Russians. Instead, Mueller and Obama officials relied on redacted draft reports prepared by CrowdStrike, Inc., a private company hired by the law firm Perkins Coie, the same law firm that hired Fusion GPS and Christopher Steele. Now, with everything I just said, there were times when he did play stupid for sure. When he pretended he didn't know what Fusion GPS was. I mean, come on. I've known what Fusion GPS was for the past 2.5 years. Longer than the investigation. I mean, we all know Fusion GPS was like the arm of the DNC that was bought and paid for by the Clinton Foundation, that hired Christopher Steele, to write that phony dossier that ended up becoming the, kind of like the groundwork and, what all the FBI officials, whether it be Strzok and Page or, most importantly, the head of the FBI at the time, of course, they all lied to the FISA courts. So Comey lied to the FISA courts, signed off. Even Brennan signed off on it. Yates signed off on it. Rosenstein signed off on it. They didn't just lie once. And the initial, basically they got a FISA for Carter Page because he was so, deep in, with Trump, that they knew that if they surveilled Carter Page, basically they'd be surveilling everyone around him. Then they tried to give Papadopoulos just enough money before boarding a plane that it would be the exact amount that you have to report when boarding a plane. And he wouldn't take it. And they kept trying to give it to him. He wouldn't take it. So, there was a lot of shady stuff going on. And yet, despite all that, they not only got the FISA, which enacted the Five Eyes, which is basically Canada, U.S., Australia, New Zealand, and the fifth is, Australia and UK. Those 5 countries. And basically, UK it'll be a way to circumvent the Constitution. UK will spy on one of ours, and then let's say Australia has somebody, we'll spy on Australia, and New Zealand will spy on Canada, and Canada will spy on the UK. It's just like a way to circumvent the people's laws and Constitution, and obviously it was thought up here in the United States of good old America because we have the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, and it's stronger than most countries if you take it as written, for we the people. So that's for him to say that I don't know who Fusion GPS was obviously a lie, but at the same time I do believe he was a figurehead, and a lot of the stuff you could just tell he was kind of like and actually it turned out Barr was actually trying to do him a favor because he was aware of his brittle state, and he was trying to do him a favor. And a lot of people don't trust Barr. I understand that. But so far, I don't have anything that I've come across that makes me feel so bad about him. I know his history, but maybe sometimes somebody with a little dirt is as honest as you'll find, especially when you know about that dirt. So let's continue. Hopefully we will soon know why the DNC did not want the FBI or anyone else looking at those servers. Maybe because the DNC knew that one of its own employees leaked the emails. You can read the FBI subpoena by clicking here, the CrowdStrike subpoena by clicking here, and the DNC subpoena by clicking here. The case is Edward Butowski versus Michael Gottlieb. So here's the FBI subpoena. And this all, obviously, if you weren't picking up what they were putting down, goes back to when they say an employee of the DNC. Obviously, Seth, not poor, but rich, right? So, the opposite of poor. Seth, the opposite of poor, for a last name. That is just too, I'm not one for censoring myself, but that is too sensitive of a name for me to go saying. Despite it being in my title. I probably should have put a star or something. But anyway, so this is serious stuff. So, subpoena to produce documents, information, or objects to permit inspection of premises in a civil action. Custodian of records at the FBI. You are commanded to produce at this time, date, and place set forth below the following documents, electronically stored information, or objects, and to permit inspection, copying, testing, or sampling of the material, the items and things described in the attached addendum. So, this is place, Plano, Texas, is the address. Time, August 8th. Oh, I guess that's the deadline and where they have to have it. The date of this, by the way, is the 2nd of July. Clerk of court. The attorney is Ty Clevenger. The name, address, email address, telephone number of the attorney representing Edward Butowski, who issues or requests the subpoena, are so that's the attorney, Ty Clevenger. I've actually heard of him. I've actually heard of all these names. The justice system, the wheels are slow, but they do work in the end, especially on big cases. Small cases, I've been the victim of, being innocent and thrown in jail. So, it doesn't always work for small cases. So if you guys want to take a look at this, I will make this available in the description. But here's Edward Butowski in his personal and professional capacities as the plaintiff, and Michael Gottlieb, let's see. The plaintiff's subpoena commands the production of the following items, and the plaintiff's requests that any production occur electronically, either via email to plaintiff's counsel or by mailing an electronic storage device to plaintiff's counsel. 1. Produce all data downloaded from all electronic devices that belong to Seth Conrad Risch. And I know I'm saying that wrong. Born on or about January 3rd, 1989. Wow. He's 5 years younger than me. Unbelievable. He's actually 5.5 years younger than me. Unbelievable. These people are sick. As well as all data, documents, records, or communications indicating how the devices were obtained and who was responsible for downloading the information. Produce all data, documents, communications, records, or other evidence indicating whether Seth Conrad Risch, hereinafter Seth Risch, his brother Aaron Risch, or any other person or persons were involved in transferring data from the Democratic National Committee to WikiLeaks, either directly or through intermediaries. Produce all documents, communications, records, or other evidence reflecting orders or directions, whether formal or informal, for the handling of any evidence pertaining to Seth Risch or Aaron Risch, involvement in transferring data from the Democratic National Committee to WikiLeaks. Produce all documents, records, or communications exchanged with any other government agencies or representatives of such agencies since July 10, 2016 regarding Seth Rich murder or Seth Rich or Aaron Rich involvement in transferring data from the Democratic National Committee to WikiLeaks. Produce all recordings, transcripts, or notes reflecting any interviews of Aaron Rich or any other witnesses regarding the death of Seth Rich, or 2, the transfer of data from the Democratic National Committee to WikiLeaks. In an August 13, 2018 letter from Assistant U.S. Attorney Kathleen Mahoney, EDNY, I'm trying to think of what city that is. I'm trying to think of something. Executive Department, New York. I don't know. If someone wants to put it in chat, I'd appreciate it. I'm thinking like Evidence Department, New York, or anyways, Ty Clevenger versus U.S. Department of Justice. I know that's a legal phrase there. Case number, blah, blah, blah. Ms. Mahoney wrote that she had conferred with the FBI, her client, regarding whether it assisted Seth Rich's investigation. I subsequently ascertained from the FBI that as part of the search that it conducted in response to your FOIA request, the Washington, D.C. field office was contacted. They responded that they did not open a case or assist in the investigation and have no records. In an August 22nd, 2018 letter from Assistant U.S. Attorney Kathleen Mahoney to Magistrate Judge Lois Bloom in the same case, Ms. Mahoney wrote as follows. Plaintiff then inquired by email on August 16th whether the FBI had searched the records with the Computer Analysis and Response Team, CART, which I'm well aware of, on August 20th. The undersigned responded by email that the FBI had advised that it did not reach out to CART because the FBI had not assisted in the investigation. The DC police declined the FBI's assistance. Since when can a city police department decline the FBI's assistance? I thought if it's high profile or, fishy like this, the FBI just takes over and that's it. I don't know if it's a little bit different because it's DC and not, like a regular American city, and DC has different rules. I'm not sure, but I've never heard of a city police department saying, FBI, we got this. No, that doesn't happen. Now, with it being DC, I don't know if there's a difference. Maybe one of you guys know and can throw it in chat. I subsequently ascertained from the FBI that as part of the search that it conducted in response to your FOIA request, the Washington, D.C. field office was contacted. They responded that they did not open a case or assist in the investigation and have no records. In an August 22nd, 2018 letter from Assistant U.S. Attorney Kathleen Mahoney to Magistrate Judge Lois Bloom, in the same case, Ms. Mahoney wrote as follows. Plaintiff then inquired by email on August 16th whether the FBI had searched for records with the Computer Analysis and Response Team. On August 20th, the undersigned didn't I just read it? Produce all records, documents, data, or communications, like text messages or telephone records, identifying the person or persons who offered FBI assistance and the person or persons who declined it on behalf of the DC police. That's what I want to see. Also produced the full contents of any such communications wherein the offer of assistance was made or rejected. So did they even, offer to take it over like the FBI normally would? And if they did, who rejected it? And who accepted the rejection? Produce all data, documents, records of communication obtained by the FBI's computer analysis and response team regarding Seth Reich or Aaron Reich. Produce all data, documents, or records, including text or emails that reflect any meetings or communications from July 10, 2016 and July 10, 2017 between former FBI Director Andrew McCabe and any and all of the following. 1. Seymour Myron Cy Hirsch, born on or about April 8, 1937. 2. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and or former Democratic National Committee interim chairwoman Donna Brazile, who I understand somebody actually just sent me her tell-all book, and I am really looking forward to reading it. Now, that was pretty lengthy. I will get back to some of these things. CrowdStrike. It'd be interesting to see a DNC as well. So we're gonna come back to this, and then because it doesn't stop there, it goes on to much more here. So I'm going to come back to this. I just want to touch on everything. So we will come back for the DNC records on Russian hacking as well as DNC. Oh, and by the way, guys, so far, the only equipment that I have, actually thanks to Drop, is a mic. It's not hooked up right now, but that's the only thing I have for equipment. And there's things that I can really use help with. It's in the description. Whether anybody knows a channel that just isn't active anymore and they don't need their equipment, or any donations would be greatly appreciated. And if you read the description, you'll see that any ad revenue, super chat, or PayPal, 100% of all three of those are going directly to this channel, and I will be providing receipts. And the only one that will go to personal, because I put a lot of work into this. The only form of donation that I would use for my own personal life and my daughter and things like that, family stuff, and just to get by. I work part-time, but would be anything donated through Venmo. Now, Venmo for sure is 1%, and I believe that PayPal is 1% as well. If it's not 1%, it's definitely close to it. So I just wanted to say that basically, super chat, PayPal, ad revenue, all going 100% to the channel. 100% of all donations, whether it be funds or actual equipment that isn't needed anymore by maybe older channels. And I will have, if it is anything that is funds or money, money, that will be, I will provide all receipts for all of that. Now, if you want to donate and help me out on a more personal level and with my family, then Venmo would be the way. But for those other ways, that would be through the other methods. So I just wanted to get that out there, as well as while I have people here, please share, and if you're not subscribed, I noticed through my analytics, I have a lot of people who basically watch every single show who aren't subscribed, and I just don't get it. You might as well subscribe. It's really not a big deal to me, like the difference between 1800 and 1820, and that's not that big of a deal, but for your sake. Now the likes and the shares, now those help, because that helps get this information out, and it helps see that there is somebody out there that is working hard and trying to do some old school honest reporting and backing it up with facts. And in my track history, you'll see a bunch of stories that you end up seeing on the news either the next day or within like 2 weeks. I think I have a lot to thank for my sources, but I work hard as well. Okay, so let's continue now that I get that out of the way. So, yesterday, there were active shooters in Gilroy, California at that Garlic Festival. And we covered that live. I just want to see what else we got here. Trump, Baltimore is a violent place. Highest homicide rate in USA. Oh, it's not Chicago anymore. I guess it's Baltimore now. At Baltimore, police civilian employee assaulted in street. Proper shithole. The left. Tweet a close-up pic of a flower. Share a hashtag. Feel better. We are Baltimore. That's pretty good. Oh, by the way, this is the Falcon rocket re-entry from space with double sonic booms. Pretty cool. I mean, if you're like kind of a geek like me, this is pretty cool. Check that out. There's no volume, by the way. Alright. Look at that. Actually, there is volume, huh? You can barely hear it, though. Look at that. I mean, it's so cool the way, like, they can bring them down and actually have them land. Although, I don't know if any of you guys know, I mean, that one of them, the train that Elon Musk had been working on, it had a test run and it blew up the other day. He was trying to make transportation a lot better, but I'm sure he'll learn from that mistake. I mean, that's just so cool the way it just comes down and lands. It's not like you use it once and that's it. Okay, so let's continue. Oh wait, I'm not even on my, okay. No wonder. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me get to my page. Healthcare, race, and immigration dominate on night 1. Is it night 2 tonight?
Marianne, you were not afraid to go in.
You know, it doesn't even matter. There's so many of them. I mean, I'll tell you though, being from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, she doesn't have the same ideals as me, but she is a fighter. I'll tell you that. So I think that she will go a long way. I don't think she'll get the nomination, but I think she'll be in the final 2 or 3. That's my prediction. I think it'll be Biden, Warren, and a wild card. That's just what I think. Okay. So let's get to the rest of the stories here. So hopefully that should be the, this should be the thumbnail. So if you guys could put in chat that that's the thumbnail. And then these are subpoenas that we're about to revisit in 1 minute. But first, I want to get into, oh, by the way, actually, I posted this into the description. So this is the Venmo, if you want to donate. Okay, and my fool had a baby. Oh, and if you see, I know a lot of you guys weren't around for that whole thing, but the Hasty Pudding Institute, that's basically like Harvard's version of a little bit less nefarious Skull and Bones like Yale. And I have a list of their members, notable members I should say, for well over 100 years, including 6 presidents. Oh, I found this funny. Trump tweeted this. I just found it funny. This is after the Mueller, Nadler. He was still trying to pretend, him and Cummings, especially him. He knows it's over. That was his last chance. He's going down.
Democrats had nothing, and now they have less than nothing.
Alright, I want to get to the second half of what I put in the title, of course. So that is going to be, let's get right to it. I love that. So cool. Alright. So, what we're going to look at. First, let me take a look at chat real quick. Alright, and we're going to look into North Korea and all that as well. So hello, everybody. Let's see what we got here. Very sad. What is this exactly, Kelly Kibo? One truth out there will open the floodgates. Let me look up. Tabby Cats, hello! Good to see you! It's always a pleasure to see Tabby. Okay, good. So that they were notified. I would figure as much, but I just wanted to make sure. Franklin Square and Munson Fire District. Volunteer fire department serving 30,000 near Queens. First legislative body in U.S. to support a new investigation into 9/11. Not via. Oh, you sent it via Twitter. You know what? Let's open it up then, and then we'll get into. And then after that, then we'll get into the North Korea. Which I think, honestly, isn't as big of a story as they're going to try to make it. 12 military for keeping us safe. Tabby Cat, very sad. Open the floodgates. So I'm gonna open that, Kelly Kibo. Lieutenant Colonel is an 05. Well, yeah, because you know that wouldn't be a Navy, so. Well, actually, yeah, it wouldn't be Navy. Time for the ham. Don't trust by. I know you told me that before. Oh, Majestic. If you only knew, brother. If you only knew. And I'm telling you, if you only knew. No, that name is very sensitive. Like, I also say FF. There's certain things like that. I just don't go overboard. You know, I think it's overboard. I'll say Trump and, you know, regular words, you know, instead of saying like T-Man. But that's just me, you know, everyone's different. Yeah, Venmo and PayPal are the best. That's why I wanted to make, you know, PayPal for the channel, you know, so that was an opportunity, and then Venmo would be for personal, but also along with PayPal would be all the ad revenue as well as Super Chat, because Super Chat a lot of times is convenient for people. First you had to bill out the DNC cover 10 million that back from the debt, that 10 million gear control. Yeah, Cash App. Oh, I could do Cash App as well. Yeah, I have Cash App as well. I just didn't think to put it up. Yeah, I'll put up Cash App as well. And why are a lot of drops messages getting retracted? Sailor Evening? Sailor Spirit. I like it. Alright, so I'm going to go check out what Kelly Kibo sent. We're all going to check it out together, I guess. Is that okay, Kelly? I'm assuming, or else she wouldn't have put it, right? So, I'm pretty sure you would have sent it like this, but no. Truth. You said to Twitter, right? I'll do this later. If you want me to like tap on yours and connect with you that way, I'll do that on my own afterwards. That way I don't do it in front of everybody. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Like, you don't even know how much. Oh, heads up, West Coast viewers, the plate, and she usually gives good info. The plate is slow slipping in Oregon now. Or better put, the slow slip is speeding up in Oregon. Take a look. Each red dot is a small tremor / vibration as the plate is shifting in a pocket or asperity. PNSN.org tremor. I'll come back to that after. And he basically used the Irish like slaves as well. A bunch of the Irish would get off in New York or Boston, mostly New York, and they would be sent straight to war for the Union. They'd, be handed a uniform and a gun. And the Irish were treated like slaves. Even worse. At that period, they were treated even worse. Some people are so brainwashed. I don't see it, Kelly Kibo. If you want to send it again, Kelly, unless you were speaking to someone else. But just so you know, there is like someone else who has a similar name to me, and I noticed that they just got this name recently, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, this is interesting. Child born per woman in Nigeria, 6.5 children per woman. Nigeria, 5 children per woman. Egypt, 3.4 children per woman. Pakistan, 2.6 people per woman. Now, Pakistan and India, even though India, some parts of India, I mean, they literally live in trash, like that's currency there. Those are rich countries, modern, they have nuclear weapons, and, a lot of poverty in a lot of different places, but Argentina, which once was a rich country, 2.2 children per woman. Indonesia, 2.1 children per woman. France, 2.07 children per woman. Turkey, basically 2 children per woman. Sweden, 1.88 children per woman. UK, 1.88 children per woman. US, 1.87 children per woman. China, 1.6 children per woman. Canada, 1.6 children per woman. Spain, 1.5 children per woman. Germany, 1.45. Italy, 1.44 per woman. Japan, 1.41 per woman. This is interesting. Poland 1.35 children per woman, and South Korea 1.26 children per woman. So it seems like the wealthier the country, the less they're having kids, and the poorer the country, the more they have kids. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, they're having 6.5 to 5 kids, per woman. Whereas, back in the baby boom days, that was like the U.S. Both of my parents have 4 siblings each, and that's nothing compared to some of my like second cousins. We're talking like 11, 12 children in a family. And you know what's crazy is one person. Oh wow, hey, look at this. Different education. World leaders. Putin, law. Trump, economics. Macron, philosophy. Is this real or is this... no, I think this is legit. Yep. Johnson, ancient philosophy and literature. Erdogan, business. Abe, that's Japan, political science. Modi, political science. Merkel, PhD in physical chemistry. I actually knew that one. Don't ask me how. I knew that one though. Xi Jinping, that's China. Chemical engineering and doctor of law. Wow, he seems to have the... Okay, so I don't see anything, Kelly, unless it's this. No. Check your Yahoo email, important info. Okay. Well, I don't know this name. Alright, I'd like to actually first just finish on what I was reporting. Okay? So, you know what? I'll do it over here. I have it up somewhere, and then I will go to my email, and what I'll do is what's notable I'll send. So we all know that North Korea did basically launch what they call projectiles about 5 days ago, correct? Well, I want to read the latest story. So here's that. North Korea conducts second missile test in 6 days, raising stakes for U.S. talks. I don't think this is like a huge story. I think that they realize that Trump is coming out of this looking good, and he will walk away from it, as he's proven, if they're really acting up. But, them maybe testing some projectile weapons, empty weapons, obviously, without the warhead. It's basically testing the technology, I guess. They've been doing that since I was in the military. As the earliest I saw it was 2002 in the military. Anything further would be classified, but as far back as 2002 I saw it, as far as going over a Navy ship and then it looked like it was gonna go to Japan, but then landed in the Sea of Japan. Alright, so North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles off its east coast, its second test in less than a week, increasing tensions as U.S. officials continue to project optimism for a breakthrough in stalled nuclear talks. The missiles were fired at 5:06 and 5:27 a.m. Wednesday and traveled about 150 miles northeast before landing in the sea, according to the South Korean military. The test followed a similar launch 6 days earlier of a missile that North Korea called a new type tactical guided weapon, aimed at better evading interception by flying at a lower altitude. Makes sense. The science of it. Those tests last week were personally overseen by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Who's this from? LA Times? Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I kind of held out this feeling that, you know, we know that North Korea was being held back by certain entities, let's say, and some strings were cut, and, you know, I think President Trump has been painting a picture to North Korea of the potential, especially given their location, being right next to China and South Korea. South Korea is a very wealthy country. Obviously, China is a wealthy country. They're not, you know, dominating the world like they were before Trump, but, you know, they're still doing well. And then to the east is Japan, another extremely wealthy country. So North Korea is actually a very strategic location, which make it, you know, not so. So Michigan, I'm gonna call you back as soon as I'm done with this story. Okay, so I'll be done in 2 seconds. Alright. But yeah, I think that basically they, you know, there's forces that would rather not see North Korea be a prosperous nation. Because, you know, there is money to be made when you have such oppressed people. Because an organ's an organ. And, you know, I hate to even say something like that, but it's a cruel world. And hopefully it'll be a better world if we can get Kim Jong-un to the table. Those tests last week were personally overseen, who called the launch a power demonstration designed to send a solemn warning to the South Korean military as it gears up for military exercises with the U.S. See, that's what they hate the most, is the military exercises. They're not alone in that. Russia doesn't feel comfortable with that, neither does China, but they are important. But are they that important? I don't know. Is there a way of doing them without, I don't know. I guess you gotta keep the pressure on. Recent rounds of weapons tests by North Korea after an 18-month freeze amid talks between Kim and President Trump have not involved nuclear weapons or the intercontinental missiles that increasingly threaten the U.S. mainland in 2017. Even so, they mark escalating threats to South Korea, Japan, and U.S. troops in the region. U.S. officials have downplayed the significance of the recent tests, saying efforts to resume talks, as pledged by Trump and Kim at their surprise meeting at the demilitarized zone last month, remain on track. North Korea has engaged in activity before we were having diplomatic conversations far worse than this, Secretary of State Michael R. Pompeo told Fox News after last week's launches. Lots of countries posture before they come to the table. And that is true. But then again, he is one smooth guy. I mean, former CIA. Head of CIA, now head of state. We think they'll be started before too long. I'm very hopeful, he told reporters en route to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, acronym, conference in Thailand. North Korea has increasingly expressed ire at, am I saying that right? Ire at upcoming joint military exercises between South Korea and the U.S., which are to take place in August. Kim warned South Korea that the exercises were a suicidal act. They always talk so like in absolutes and like extremes, but I don't know. You would think that kind of like, when you really do it right, it takes away from it. I don't know. And that the South Korean president should not to make the mistake of ignoring the warning from Pyongyang, according to the Foreign Ministry statement. After his first meeting with Kim in Singapore last June, Trump had announced that the U.S. would discontinue war games on the Korean Peninsula. The U.S. and South Korean military have conducted scaled-down versions of the exercises since. The South Korean military Joint Chief of Staff issued a statement Wednesday urging North Korea to stop the missile tests, saying the launches are not helping to ease tensions on the peninsula. And that was written by Victoria Kim, and she reports from Seoul, South Korea. So I actually like that. And China wants to delay trade talks past 2020 election. Of course they do. Because they want some dope Democrat in there who doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And, just continue to bend us over like they have the past, 16 years. Sorry, new sheriff's in town. Now, Kelly Keeble, could you please tell me in chat what it was that you sent to me? I'm going to look right now on the phone. And also, while I'm doing that, I also want to bring up something. Bring up one more article that I have on Seth. And I also want to show you guys some personal stuff. I want to show you guys like my, my videos. Like when I put out a video, I only make pennies in ad revenue, really. That's really the reason that I've been trying to tone it down, because it's just getting ridiculous. They're like not giving me strikes, but I might as well not be monetized. It's just ridiculous because I speak freely, Okay, so I'm gonna look first at the I have a very interesting document that I'm gonna send right now and load up. Oh, by the way, did you guys see all those stories the other day about Minnesota and voter fraud? And then they confirmed finally that she did marry her brother, and yeah, she's not getting reelected. And you know, you knew you heard it here first. There was like a bunch of, there was like 5 videos I did in a row that all ended up being on the news after I put them up. It was like really trippy. Okay, so I just want to pull this up. I just sent this to myself, so I can pull this up right now. And then, depending on who Michigan is, I'll call them back. But any real, yeah, you had the wrong red pill. There's a lot of red pills that are very similar to me. But mine is, as you can see, you know, it's not the red pill dispensary on Twitter. If you look in the description, it's the red pill dispenser instead of dispensary. So I'm gonna read this. Oh yeah, this is what's his name? Jon Stewart helped them out with, I think. They started off by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. 10 minutes later, they were reading the text of a resolution claiming the existence of overwhelming evidence that pre-planted explosives caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings. Whoa! Okay, here we go. I thought this was going to be about the, you know, I think that they got pissed off. They didn't think they were going to pass that bill, and they did pass it. But whoa, are they starting to come out and let us know something? Oh wow, okay, great. Whoa, okay. And so it was on July 24th, 2019. Nearly 18 years after the horrific attacks that traumatized the nation and changed the world forever, the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District, which oversees a volunteer fire department serving a hamlet of 30,000 residents just outside of Queens, New York, became the first legislative body in the country to officially support a new investigation into the events of 9/11. And guys, don't underestimate these people, because they are, you know, like a kind of put together, not official. No, this is New York. You know, like they say, the Southern District of New York. You know, they are like special attorneys there. Well, a lot of different things in New York are special, and the fact that this is coming out of New York City and Queens in particular, I like it. The resolution, drafted and introduced by Commissioner Christopher Goya, was unanimously approved by the 5 commissioners. Unanimously. Wow. You would think they would have at least paid one of them off, right? I mean, not to say firefighters can be paid off, because honestly, my uncle was the chief of a pretty big city, just outside Boston, basically part of Boston, called Malden. He was the chief of the fire department in Malden, Massachusetts. Any of you guys from Massachusetts definitely know Malden. It's a rougher area, but he was the chief and one of the most honorable men I ever met. And he unfortunately died before his time of throat cancer due to his work. But he got, you know, the hero funeral that he deserved. The bagpipes, everything. Members of the audience, including the families of fallen firefighters Thomas J. Hetzel, I've heard that name, He was actually like a big time hero. He kept going up for people. I think he was the one who was like the professional runner, so he was really able to save a lot of people. If he's the one I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure it is Thomas J. Hetzel and Robert Evans, both Franklin Square natives, joined in solemn but celebratory applause after the fifth A was spoken. Or yay, I guess. Well, I guess I say A. You know what? I might add to the. This is amazing. I might have to add. Thank you, Kelly Kibo. This is, this is why. Like, I knew I had a mod problem, and I've never felt better about my mods than I do today. Than I have lately, especially today, because of one more that, he doesn't have to be there all the time, but when he is one. He deserves it. The Franklin Square and Munson Fire District Commissioners, Philip F. Malloy Jr. left. Let's give these people the honor they deserve. That's Philip J. Malloy. Dennis G. Lyons, second from left. Joseph, well, I guess that's Joseph. M. Torregrossa, center. Christopher L. Goyora, second from right, so they're all firemen, okay? And Les Saltzman, right. I know that name as well, Saltzman. I definitely know that name, huh? Actually, I think I was in the Navy with someone with that name. I wonder if that's his father or something. I don't know. If it mentions that he had a son in the Navy, then he was my roommate. Conversing with guests after the meeting, Commissioner Dennis Lyons, so that would be this fella, remarked on the enormous and lasting toll that 9/11 has taken on the Franklin Square community. From what I understand, I believe Franklin Square was one of those firehouses that lost a lot of people. So let's continue. We have a memorial. A piece of steel from the World Trade Center with 28 holes where the nuts and bolts used to go, Lyons explained. Every year on the 11th, we put a rose in each hole for the 24 Nassau County firefighters and 4 Franklin Square residents who died on 9/11. Wow. The impact of 9/11 on the community extends well beyond the victims and their grieving families. On September 12, 2001, the Franklin Square Fire Department was called in to assist with the massive rescue and recovery effort that was just getting underway. Countless members of the department, including Gaiola, I have trouble with his name, Gaiola, I like to give this guy, I don't want to, Gioa, that's what it is, it's Gioa, and Commissioner Philip Malloy, then rank and file firefighters, spent weeks on the, I know I was going to say the mound, weeks on the pile. On the rescue and recovery effort that was just getting underway. Countless members of the department, including GIOA and Commissioner Philip Malloy, then rank-and-file firefighters, spent weeks on the pile searching in vain for civilians and fellow responders who might still be alive. Today, Malloy is one of the thousands suffering chronic health effects. And right here, I knew that name, Hetzel. A memorial to Thomas J. Hetzel, member of the New York Fire Department in Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department, who died on September 11, 2001. Yeah, I knew that name. He was actually like a amazing runner and saved a ridiculous amount of people. Yeah, I knew that name. The department also lost one of its own in Thomas J. Hetzel, affectionately referred to as Tommy by the commissioners. One of the movies had him as one of the main characters. Hetzel was a full-time member of the New York Fire Department in addition to serving as a volunteer firefighter in Franklin Square. A touching memorial to Hetzel was on display during the meeting, and Hetzel's widow, parents, and sister were all in attendance. The Hetzel and Evans families were very appreciative of the proceedings. GIOA commented the day after the meeting. They know it's an uphill struggle, but at least they have hope, which is something they haven't had in a long time. So here's some of his family. And that's good. And you know what? Before 9/11 happened, I always wanted to be a firefighter, like my uncle. That was actually like something I always wanted to do, was be a firefighter. And 9/11 happened my senior year, and he was dying, and I went and saw him. He was in such high spirits. You know, he was Army himself. And you know, he was saying like a lot of funny jokes, and you know, despite literally withering away, he went from 300 pounds to maybe 90 the last I saw him, and he went a lot, he even lost a lot more than that before he died. He was actually best friends, if anyone knows, if anybody knows what's his name, the Lenny Clark. And then so Lenny Clark like threw this big thing for him where a bunch of comedians showed up, like Dennis Leary and you know, local Boston comedians. You'd be surprised how many comedians are from Boston, but it was really Lenny Clark and Dennis Leary that kind of threw this thing back in the year 2000. Oh no, it would have been 2002, because I was already in the Navy. So yeah, 2002 or 2003, one of those years. And then he died shortly after. So I think it was actually 2003. Anyways, the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District Commissioners greet the families of fallen firefighters Thomas J. Hetzel and Robert Evans, both Franklin Square natives. Besides the Commissioner's desire to see justice done for their fallen brothers and deceased neighbors, the driving force behind the resolution was a petition filed last year with the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. If you guys remember me mentioning them, they have some trailblazers and you know, certain types of attorneys that, you know, you don't find anywhere else in the country, let alone the world. So basically, let me read this again. Besides the Commissioner's desire to see justice done for their fallen brothers and deceased neighbors, the driving force behind the resolution was a petition filed last year with the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey S. Berman, by the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, outlining the evidence of the World Trade Center's explosive demolition on 9/11. Finally, the U.S. Attorney's Office notified the Lawyers Committee in November that it would indeed comply with the federal statute requiring the U.S. Attorney requiring the U.S. Attorney to present the petition to a special grand jury. The news set off a wave of hope among those paying attention that the wheels of justice were finally beginning to move in the right direction. Oh, I love that. Wow, thank you for this article, Kelly. This is amazing. Adding a surge to that wave of hope. Now I'm wondering about, the fact that they came to the resolution that they came to for the victims and the families of the victims. It makes me wonder now. Because this was July 27th, if I remember correctly. So, actually, yeah, that would be around the same exact time, or just after. So, adding a surge to that wave of hope, the Franklin Square resolution declares the fire district's full backing of the presumably ongoing grand jury investigation in Lower Manhattan, while also proclaiming the district's support for any and all efforts by other government entities to investigate and uncover the full truth surrounding the events of that horrible day. Speaking to those still present after the meeting, Gioia made it clear that this was the first step in a long process. Their goal now is to get every fire district in the state to go on record supporting a new 9/11 investigation. So I get it. Securing the money for the people who, the first responders in 9/11, was the first step. And then this comes down. And like I said, when it comes out of that Southern District of New York, as far as legal matters go, that's when people take notice. We're a tight-knit community, and we never forget our fallen brothers and sisters, Gioia said. You better believe that when the entire fire service of New York State is on board, we will be an unstoppable force. After a pause, Gioia added, we were the first fire district to pass the resolution. We won't be the last. Oof. The Franklin Square and Munson Fire District 9/11 resolution. Whereas the attacks of September 11, 2001 are inextricably and forever tied to the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department. Whereas on September 11, 2001, while operating at the World Trade Center in New York City, firefighter Thomas J. Hetzel, badge number 290 of Hook and Ladder Company number 1, Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department of New York, was killed in performance of his duties, along with 2,976 other emergency responders and civilians. And that doesn't count how many have died from, just all that crap that they breathed in, and that number is so much higher as far as direct deaths from that attack, or potentially that situation. Whereas members of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department were called upon to assist in the subsequent rescue and recovery operations and cleanup of the World Trade Center site, afflicting many of them, like I was just saying, with life-threatening illnesses as a result of breathing the deadly toxins present at the site. Whereas the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District recognizes the significant and compelling nature of the petition before the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York reporting unprosecuted federal crimes at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, and calling upon the United States Attorney to present that petition to a special grand jury pursuant to the United States Constitution and 18 U.S.C. SS 3332A. Did you guys just hear that part? Calling upon the United States Attorney to present that petition to a special grand jury pursuant to the United States Constitution. Wow. Whereas the overwhelming evidence presented in said petition demonstrates beyond any doubt that pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries, not just airplanes and the ensuing fires, caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings, killing the vast majority of the victims who perished that day. That bears repeating. Whereas the overwhelming evidence presented in said petition demonstrates beyond any doubt that pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries, not just airplanes and the ensuing fires, caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings, killing the vast majority of the victims who perished that day. And this is what I've been hearing for years and years and years and years. And I get called crazy for it. And I say it to family members, friends, and I get called crazy for it. And it turns out it's true. And it also turns out that Mossad agents posing as people working on right around the floor where the fire really broke out, were planting devices within the walls. It almost looks like that cotton candy looking stuff, the asbestos, and it was really actually military grade thermite, the type that could burn right through the roof of not the roof but the hood of a car, and then right through the engine block, and very, very, very few seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, something like that. They were finding that all over the place. And it was obviously some kind of cover-up. Wow. Wow. Okay, where was I? That was a big one. Okay. Whereas the victims of 9/11, their families, the people of New York City, and our nation deserve that every crime related to the attacks of September 11, 2001 be investigated to the fullest, and that every person who is responsible face justice. And guys, don't forget, there was, I forget the exact number, but something like, we're talking like trillions of dollars, like 13 trillion, or if someone knows the exact number, was it 33 trillion or 23 trillion, 13 trillion? Something like that was missing. And Rumsfeld was being questioned on it the day prior, and then was due to come back, and then all of a sudden 9/11 happened. And exactly where that supposed plane, even though somebody who is barely skilled as a pilot, I mean, even a extremely experienced pilot couldn't keep the plane off the ground and make a direct hit in the spot that they did in the Pentagon. And it just happened to hit the exact spot in the Pentagon, which of course had the same effect, where it like really went up, and everything was burned, and those were all of the records to that case on the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars missing. So this is just the first domino. If this domino falls, the rest are going to fall very quickly. This is huge. This will be going, I'm going to have to change the title. Add this to the title, I should say. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District fully supports a comprehensive federal grand jury investigation and prosecution of every crime related to the attacks September 11, 2001, as well as any and all efforts by other government entities to investigate where was I? Oh, there. Oh. As a result, the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square Munson Fire fully supports a comprehensive federal grand jury investigation and prosecution of every crime related to the attacks of September 11, 2001, as well as any and all efforts by other government entities to investigate and uncover the full truth surrounding the events of that horrible day. Note to readers: please click the share buttons above or below. Forward this article to your email list. Cross-post on your blog site, internet forums. And I hope that you all do this. This seems legit. And look, it's only been shared 45 times on Facebook, 175 tweets, 8 emails, and 229 shares in other ways. Huh. Trying to look around. The content of the article are sole responsibility of the author. The Center of Research on Global will not be responsible for any inaccurate or incorrect statement in this article. Center of Research on Globalization grants permission to cross-post global research articles on community internet sites as long as the source and copyright are acknowledged together with a hyperlink to the original global research article. For publication of global research article contains copyrighted material, the use of which has not always been strictly authorized by the copyright owner. So it looks like this is trying to almost like play it down here, but what I've read has definitely corresponds with things I've come across. So yeah, this will be going on my Twitter. Oh, this is their Twitter. So this is a little bit about the global research, independent research and media group of writers, scholars, journalists, and activists. Billionaires invest in outer space. Trump's coalition commits new massacre in Syria's Dear Ezra. Without health, we have nothing. The need for comprehensive, sustainable development. Help secure the future. Trying to look at what type of stuff they get into. Permissible deviance, privacy violation, and Facebook's FTC fine. U.S.-UK militarization of Persian Gulf waters, risky wars. This seems to be why should Iran be cherished and defended. I'm a little bit worried about the pro-Russian, pro-Russian and pro-Iran sentiment in some of this, but this story rings true to me. So El Chapo Guzman gets life. U.S. drug bankers walk free. Here's what happened when a Jones exposed a pedo sex ring in Mexico. No pederastas. So take what you will from it. A lot of it, hit home for me. Now I want to get into one more thing before I take calls, and then I still, like I said, I still have those other things to go over. But first, I just want to touch on the last of what I promised to touch on, and what I really want to touch on. Not notifications. Okay. Here we go. So, along with what we read about Seth, Rich, this seems to be like this long, itemized legal document, but I think that they start really getting into his situation on item 42. The DNC employee responsible for the leaks was Seth Rich, and he was assisted by his brother Aaron. Mr. Butowski does not know exactly when the DNC figured out that Mr. Rich was the source of the leak. On July 10, 2016, however, Mr. Rich was fatally shot while walking home in Washington, D.C., and the murder has not been solved. Mr. Butowski does not know whether the murder is related to Mr. Rich's role in leaking DNC emails. Shortly after the murder, the interim DNC chair at the time, Donna Brazil, reached out to Mr. McCabe and Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser for help in dealing with the political consequences of the murder. Miss Brazil knew suspicions would soon arise, fairly or unfairly, that the murder was connected to the email was connected to the email leaks. DC police allowed the FBI to unlock Seth Rish's electronic devices, and the FBI obtained data showing that Mr. Rish had indeed provided the DNC emails to WikiLeaks. At Mr. McCabe's direction, however, the information was kept secret, with orders that it not be produced in response to any Freedom of Information Act request. For her part, Ms. Bowser directed DC police not to pursue any investigative avenues that might connect the murder to the email links. At her direction, local police blamed the murder on a botched robbery, even though Mr. Rish's watch, wallet, and other belongings were, and that's what I had, but basically those items were still on his possession. Here is something else that I wanted to look at real quick. You know, it's actually bigger there. Army let slip that it's conducting secret operation around DC. Alright. Let me zoom in a little. Black Hawk Copters working on emerging classified mission. Service asks Congress for an extra $1.55 million just for this particular one project. The Pentagon has revealed a few details so I can't really see too much more of that one, but news. The U.S. Army is engaging in a mysterious operation around Washington, D.C. So this was prior to it, July 22nd, and this came later, and it actually shows them. I don't know how to read it. Army let slip that it's conducting secret operations around DC. The Pentagon has mentioned a few details about a secret Army mission that has Black Hawk helicopters flying missions over the Washington, D.C. area. Backed by active, that's in Bloomberg. So if I'm going to pull that up. And you know what, while I'm finishing up reading this, I'm going to open up the phone lines, although I still have more to go over. as far as that original Black Hawk helicopter and active duty soldiers are part of a secret ongoing military operation being conducted around DC area. I'm looking for the most recent I can find. It looks like this Fox 5 might be it. Yeah, it is it. So DMV residents. So by the way, everyone, please feel free to call in. Before I read this, I just want to check chat and also put the number in chat. So 774-303-5555. So if anybody wants to call in, please feel free. In fact, you know what? Let me call that Michigan number back. I believe it was Michigan. Because I did tell them I'll give them the opportunity to be first. Okay, so I'll take that call first now. I was trying to call Michigan. Hi. Who's this? Is this Tabby? Oh, hey. No, I could tell it was you. Oh, did you want to be on the air, or is your voice? Oh yeah, I got that app. Really? Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, that means a lot. And what's it called? I've been trying. I sent you a draw something thing. I'm still waiting for your response. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. I found that fun. I never did that before. The draw something. Yeah, that's fun. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, I hope you feel better. Oh, yeah, that was amazing, right? Yeah. Okay. 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 Alright, that's good to know. That's good to know. That's awesome. Oh, of course. Alright, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I was reading chat drop, Robert Morgan, drop, I've got a drop that I've got to deliver to drop. It doesn't fit in a call-in show format. Well, usually, I mean, honestly, I've just been starting to do the call-ins again, because it seems like people were starting to want to see the call-ins again. But usually I'm reporting on things. So there's 2 emails. If it seems like it's of sensitive nature, so I would suggest the proton.mail, Robert. And I was also going to, after I finish that story, so first let me call back Michigan.
Please leave your message for 61.
See, that might be one of those that might be one of those people who lately I've been getting death threats. I never thought I'd be getting death threats, but yeah, I got death threats. And well, the people who made the death threats, they try to be slick and use a scrambler and different numbers, but I ended up finding one of their actual numbers. But yeah, guys, if you could please hit the like, share, all that, you know. Proton.mail did not work for me? Really? That shouldn't be the case. Are you sure you hold on, let me just make sure. It should have. There's no reason it shouldn't. Let me just double check something before I. Yeah. So yeah, that's the right information. Let me just double check. But yeah, that should be the right information. Where's my how do I? Okay. Yeah, it's the red pill news at proton.mail, and it's also the red pill news at yahoo.mail. So if for any reason that is not in the description, I can change that right now, but that should be in the description. The red pill news. Yep, the red pill news at proton.mail or the red pill news at yahoo.com. Those are the 2. But I will double check, because you know, if you have real intel and you want it out there, I will get it out there, and you know, I'm not worried about anything. So let me check this out. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying, you know. I'm used to the death threats and all that. Okay, so let me just make sure that the right information is in there. If it's not, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it should be correct. So I click it, and yeah, those are correct. So I would try again. Yeah, it's theredpillnews at proton.mail. So there's no like .com on Proton. It's proton.mail. So theredpillnews at proton.mail for sensitive info. Otherwise, it's theredpillnews at yahoo.com. Okay, so let me check out chat. So whoever that was, please try again. Just remember, if you're doing it by Proton, there's no like .com or anything like that. Yeah, Drop knows what he's talking about too, Tabby. Huh. Yeah, her voice, she sounded sick. Veronica Bartoloni with Unchained Hearts. It worked for me. Yeah, proton.mail did not work. It should work. It's theredpillnews at proton.mail. Original General. Okay? But you sent it to my Yahoo. Alright, so you know what? If you guys have some intel, then you know what? Let me start pulling this stuff up. First, let's read this Leah's flight. According to a congressional documents disclosed by the Army, the helicopters might be linked to a secret mission. Virginia Congressman Don Bayer met with General Omar Jones of the Military District of Washington about Black Hawk flights over D.C. Jones said the mission is classified. Well, I think I know exactly what the mission is. But it turns out that Tony Capaccio, the Pentagon correspondent for Bloomberg, found that the Army had already made the secret missions public in California congressional budget requests. You know, it could be potential terrorist attacks, the White House, Camp David, other federal buildings. It could be people launching missiles in the area, and Black Hawks would be able to pick up some of that. But the fact it's still ongoing, it's still black in terms of classified, tells me there's still a threat stream that hasn't been abated, Capaccio said. Well, I'm one who believes in, and there was a point where I had doubts, but now more than ever, I am starting to believe more and more in Q. And I also want to touch on Q tonight, guys. And I'm going to change the name to this. Alright, so we have a call. Hello, it's the Red Pill New Dispensary.
Hey man, it's Ralph. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, how you doing, brother?
Pretty good. Are we live or?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, my daughter got up this morning and she complained about the helicopters. You know, Black Hawk's flying over here again. And I was like, well, what do you want me to do? They're here to pick up VIPs.
Yeah, exactly. Is she down? Does she go to school down there, or she live down there in that area?
No, she does school at home. She's got one more year to go. Then I'm free to travel, which I probably will do. And I'll buy an RV and travel the nation. I might even drop down to Boston.
Oh, please do. I'd love to have you.
I'll hit Florida first because that's where our sister-in-law is and brother-in-law, and I want to see the beaches where I can't swim. But
Yeah.
yeah, the Tymo and the diffuser tabby is excellent. I run it every night. I run it early in the morning, and at night I can sleep and I can breathe a lot easier. So.
Did you hear that, Tabby? That was for you, by the way, Tabby. If you want to repeat that, that's for you, Tabby.
Yeah. The Tymo and the diffuser I use essential oils, and I use a non-GMO Tymo. There's actually several variations of Tymo depending upon your ailment. But Tymo has been a time-tested antibiotic antifungal treatment for anything from chronic bronchitis to whooping cough to everything for asthma.
Oh yeah, it goes way back. Nowadays people think of Tylenol as but it's it's good for so many different things. I actually had a doctor explain that to me. People think of Tylenol as ineffective, but because there's so many powerful meds.
Well, it's actually an antibiotic, and it's been used for all types of colds.
That's what he was saying and stuff like that, yeah.
And I fully endorse it. I know we can get 4 ounces of good non-GMO essential oils for time that you can actually put in your diffuser, and you can put, the whole thing costs like $30 and it'll last you forever. So I'll email that.
Yeah, I saw you say $30 in chat. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good for your babies too. If they have whooping cough, you can run that for your babies and they're sick, and it cures whooping cough. I mean, it knocks your cold out in 5 seconds. It's just like boom, same day you're feeling much better.
Wow.
And I'll send that to your regular email.
Yeah, that's actually great. I didn't even know I could use that for the cough. Just whooping cough or any cough?
It'll kill fungus in your house through the mold and everything else.
Nice.
And your pets will feel better, and just don't have it around birds because birds are very sensitive. Birds can die from it.
Okay. Luckily, I have no birds, but that's good to put out to everyone else. Yep.
Right. Parrots don't, and birds are not very good with Tylenol, but like your cat and your dog, it'll help them too, so they won't sit there and wheeze to death.
Huh.
Yeah, and so for chronic bronchitis, that's a great thing to have is Tylenol. So I wanted to, besides our original conversation about, what I give you a little bit more information, and we're going to actually disclose to people.
Yes.
And I'm not going to talk about that now because we'll talk about the plasma storms later.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the lack of women in India and China, and I put a link in the thing there for you.
Nice.
The lack of women in India and in China has led to the massive amounts of the reason for the human trafficking.
Did you put the link in chat?
Yes, I did.
Okay, if the mods in this situation, Drop being a mod himself, I don't mind him putting links. You know what I mean? Because what I have a problem with is people putting links to other channels and things like that. But
no, I don't.
I'm just letting the mods know.
I respect you on that one.
Yeah.
I don't.
And also, guys, just so you guys know, Drop has a channel, and as you can tell, he's knowledgeable on a vast array of from history to medicine to you name it. He knows at least something about it, and I highly recommend his channel. And
plus, we're ex-military ourselves, so
too much
active.
Yes.
But we're brothers.
Exactly.
Sisters.
Exactly, and he's also ex-military as well. That's correct.
And you don't ever bring another brother or sister down in the military.
Yes.
Because you're a team.
No, you lift each other up.
That's right. So I dropped a link in there for about the lack of women in China and India because of their policies.
Okay.
and stuff like that. And I think that's a very good subject to cover. because
China makes
that's
sense.
leading-
I didn't know that India had policies like that.
Yeah, India has problems too, and that's what's leading to all this human trafficking that we've seen for the last decade. We've seen people in containers, and they've been pulling women out of parts of Southeast Asia and stuff like that to actually, for brides,
Oh
forced
yeah.
brides.
And
It's the mail order thing where, remember the Northwest or the West, where they didn't have enough women, so they ordered women from back east that were desperate,
oh yeah.
or that were willing to take a dowry,
Yeah.
Same deal.
Yeah.
But they're not actually offering them a dowry. They're taking the dowry and then they're giving the woman broke to the guy, and you don't know what kind of guy they're giving them to. And
Exactly.
It's like arranged marriages, but it's worked out for years and centuries. But it's a real problem and a real issue, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, because it's a different type of arranged marriage. Yeah, an arranged marriage usually, like in the Portuguese culture, they did arranged marriages up until my generation, and really what they would do is both families would agree to the arranged marriage based on
Yes,
social.
and arranged marriages, and actually the word marriage came from it. It was actually a union between two corporations, two families. And so
Exactly.
we have this business, we have that business, and we will merge together and work together. And so it was a mutual business thing. And and there was also clauses in there wasn't an offspring born within 1 to 3 years that the marriage could be dissolved.
Oh wow.
So that's what marriage means to me, because marriage is a contract between families. It's not actually, between individuals. Marriage used to be a contract between businesses.
Interesting. I did not
So
know that.
most people think about marriage now, and they don't understand the marriage concept. The marriage concept was a marriage between businesses, which is, i.e., families that were in business, like the Rothschilds or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting. I always learn a couple new things, a few new things every time I have you on.
If you look at the Rothschilds and Burdens and all that stuff, they have arranged marriages.
Oh yeah, big time. Oh yeah.
And we know that they're part of the Luciferian cults and all that stuff too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But,
and they believe in their blood, keeping those 13 bloodlines strong.
have you recently visited Brian Knight's channel where he watches the skies and mostly Alaska and the NASA satellites?
Yes, actually, I watched one of his videos recently. I don't know if it's the particular video you're about to reference, or is there something? Do you know
Yeah,
the
he
name?
put out a
of...
couple today.
Oh, I didn't see any of the videos today.
He still records in the dust trail from a certain thing is back, and he expects it to be in Fort Worth by 15th of August. And people are going to start seeing a lot more stuff in the skies.
Now, you remember, were you there for that show when him and I came to the 15th of August as a date, but from two totally different ways? I was looking into some old religious books and some old religious texts, and that, I had found on the channel, and really they were the one with the text, but it brought me to that date, the 15th of August of this
Well,
year.
you could actually use that as a lead-in for, history. History is a very good key to understanding things, and when you start talking about ancient texts, you start talking about what has happened in the past
Yes.
and what is a repeatable cycle.
Yeah, and what they predicted was that basically, I think that's it's a Jewish holiday, basically where it starts July 21st, and there's a name for it. I forget the name right now, and then it ends.
It doesn't really matter because
August 15th.
honestly, there's stuff recorded beyond the history of the Jewish people.
Yeah.
And
But this is something that they kind of kept in the. But it just so happened that something about August 15th that happens every year, but this particular year is supposed to be a particularly special one, And all of a sudden, when I just asked him, because he was kind of showing how they were getting closer and closer together, these dates, when he was seeing the flares. I'm putting it in layman's terms, but I said, and what's the next one? And at the same time, as I was saying, don't tell me it's August 15th. He said August 15th. And that was like a mind-blowing moment. Do you remember that video?
No, I didn't see that one. I probably was doing something else, or I was really busy.
That was like about a month and a half ago. Yeah.
Like I explained, I'm not really ready to put out the video until I actually can make it. I don't want to look like fear-mongering. So.
Yeah, but it was odd. It was odd. We both came to the same date at the same time. Like literally, we said it at the same time. It was really freaky.
Well, as you know, my stuff is more triggered to something that I'll recognize. So not doing the research and stuff like that you all do.
Yeah.
But I do think that we're going to see a lot more orbs in the sky, plasma orbs, and like I explained in a brief conversation, you remember those lights over Phoenix? I think it was 2002, 2004, something like that.
Yeah, I do. Those are the real famous ones. Yep.
Right, and that can be explained by those are nothing but plasma. And what happens is that when they find the grounding point, they just zip right to it. And so when people saw them flying out of the sky and just zipping right there when they were sitting there hovering for a while, that's actually called a Primer Point field. And it's been proved by LaPlante. And he actually proved that, you can create the plasma fields depending on the north and south and the magnetic bowls that it creates, because unlike Tesla explained this as a toroid for a magnetic field, which actually is split into two, and you can have a north and a south or one or the other. And so you can get different effects in the universe, and that goes with the electric universe. So I
attest to the electric universe theory as well, and in particular the tetrahedral electric universe.
It's all fed by the Berkeley currents,
Yes.
the universe,
Yes.
planets, sun, and so like that. So when those balls of plasma found a grounding point, they just zipped right to it, and that's the way plasma works. It's been proved in the laboratory too. The color of the plasma depends on the element that the plasma is made of.
Okay.
Oxygen, xenon.
So what about orange? Because I saw some videos of some like Blackhawks, and they seem to be chasing orange orbs. Would you know what that might?
Well, I can't remember exactly what
okay.
Is,
I was just curious if you know.
I do know the blue one, I think, is nitrogen or something like that. I can't remember. But or oxygen, we have the green auras and the orange and stuff around the poles, and it's very explainable through the Primer Point fields what happens magnetically, where they shoot from the northern part and the southern part, and in between, how far the two poles are apart in the plasma string theory. So that actually is very explainable, and we're probably going to see a lot more of those in the future.
Huh.
Because we're aiming into a debris field that's coming through our solar system.
That reminds me.
We could say it.
Tonight, I meant to mention this. Tonight, I don't know. I'm assuming in the northern hemisphere, but definitely in Boston, it was all over the news. It was almost like they were like covering, or maybe it's just a natural thing. But they said
that
actually
is natural. It actually is
the
natural.
meteor showers.
Twice a year we get the effects of the Inky comet.
Okay.
And that's ENCKE, I believe. Not spilled like inky, in the.
And I'm actually happy that you said that, because now that triggered my memory, and that's something that I wanted to check out for myself. And I mean, I do kind of.
I actually did
I'm
a
in the
video
city,
on
but there's a place I can go.
I actually did a video, Matt, on the Inky Comet.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
because that was the near miss, right?
No, it's a typical event that happens like 3.2 years.
Oh, okay.
And when it comes by, it throws a bunch of crap around, and it leaves a trail. And
Okay.
then, so we get meteor storms twice a year. July is one of the months. I forget what the other month is. I think it's like January, February, something like that. We get more debris fill as it rotates around. And then
Yeah, it would make sense if they were 6 months apart, I guess.
Well, we're talking about something that's totally different.
Okay.
So, we're talking about another planetary bodies and stuff. I mean, people have recorded already other planetary bodies that are not being hit by the sea turtles. Okay.
Huh.
And so those actually act as a primer point field. And so the plasma that's being expelled into our Earth, because we know that the UVC can be anywhere from 20 to 73 now on the surface of the Earth, and that's UVC centimeter squared. So, that's micro volts per centimeter squared.
Yes. Okay.
That's the concentration of the radiation on the ground, and that should be 0. It's not. It's 20 to 73.
Whoa.
Look at Mr. MBB333.
Oh, I love his channel. Yeah.
A bunch of meters running all over the world, especially in this country, taking readings every day on the AB and the C UVC meters. And it should be 0, and it's not.
Wow. Yeah, I love his channel. His channel, I always learn something watching his channel as well. But yeah, there's all I knew was that tonight they said there's meteor showers that are gonna be viewable. They said if you live in the city, but where I live is the city, but there's a place just nearby where I should be able to see them. So I'll be out there tonight, and there's supposed to be something like 25 per hour.
Yeah, that's the Inky debris from the Inky Comet.
Now, is that the whole northern hemisphere, or?
I'm not particularly sure, but
or
it usually is.
Like the United States, or is it more like my neck of like northeast United States?
I didn't really track it that hard because I didn't really care about it because it's a normal event.
But I just didn't know if I should tell the audience that tonight is a night when you can see meteor showers for sure in the northeast.
Actually, on the video I did, I showed the tracker and I leave the link in the show more. I always leave the links in the show more so people can actually see them.
Yeah.
And so they can always go to it. And it shows the tracking of all the asteroids and stuff that come around our planet and through our solar system.
Oh,
so
that'd be very interesting to see. That'd be very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, something solar or whatever. I did it like 3 to 6 months ago.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't remember.
Yeah. That'd be very interesting though. Yeah. I'm gonna go check it out tonight. I'm so happy. I would have actually forgotten because I heard it on like the 5 o'clock news.
Yes,
so,
if the one comes
like
through
the morning news, 5 o'clock in the morning news. You know what I mean? So I might have forgotten, but after speaking to you, it just came to my mind. Oh wait, tonight's those meteor showers. So.
Well, Florida Patriot 71 asked a question: are these planetary bodies coming to disturb our orbit? I've been watching Mr. M. BB333, so I watch this guys quite a bit, but the sea turtles are terrible here, especially Don. There's actually been people that captured planetary-sized bodies around the planet, which the whole reason why I talked to Brian is because I saw these, and I'm not going to explain to people why I saw these, because you know why I saw these.
I know, but okay.
And then he showed me stuff around Alaska, and we got together and we started working on this stuff. And he's got a very limited family problem, you know, so we can't really work too much. But I can use any of his videos to explain this. And there's a dead star about 50 times the size of the sun, but about the same mass, that actually comes around certain periods. And August 15th is one of them where it'll be in full bloom. So.
Wow. So that's another thing on August 15th.
Yes. And so we've all seen that in 2014 actually, and 2018 we expect this year in August 15th we expect to see it again.
Okay, as well as matching with ancient texts and
me and Brian got
and
into
being
this
the next date that Brian has, and he says that date will be the one when, almost like a toilet bowl flushes, it gets closer, and then it'll kind of...
It's not exactly that one that you have to be worried about. You have to worry about the one that passes between the sun and the earth. And that's been a known knowledge. And, you know, these people that control the world that... well, let's just put it this way. Everything in this world is psyop, okay?
Everything, yes. I agree.
We have divisions.
I talk about it all the time.
Democrat, Republican, you know, we got the religions fighting each other. So to keep everybody in fighting each other and distracted, it's really a distraction. I think psyop is really what you call a distraction.
Yeah.
And we have to realize that everything that we're doing right now is really a distraction from the truth. And I don't really think that they're going to... You looked at Deagle, right?
Deagle, yes.
Okay. Well, I think they're going to Deagle us.
Well, according to Deagle, like every other country basically will keep the same population. There's a few countries that will go down as far as population, but the United States, I mean, we're talking about losing over like 2/3, something like that.
Well, they're assuming for history and repeated events that they have recorded that that's actually going to happen. But in the end result, I don't believe it's going to happen at all, because we look at the cases in Pakistan, okay, for instance, okay. We look at underground cities in other parts of Asia. So it's happened in Asia too.
Yes.
So as far as that goes, and there's been ancient texts about, you know, the fire in the sky and all that stuff. And so I do not believe that it's all going to be you're chopping your head off. But you know, I do not believe that we're going to get hit as hard as they are this time.
They meaning Asia?
Well, they're in the Asia area and most of Europe. And so, but I do believe we're going to get hit with something that's going to be a civilization reset thing eventually. And I'm thinking like 2021, but we have to deal with the debris trail from this thing swinging around. We have to deal with the plasma walls. Nobody can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, from Brian Knight's work, I've learned that, you know what, as this goes, I just don't know what the end game is. I mean, it's like a what did you say?
Well,
10 to 20 times the size of us.
I think all these people that you think they're going to get prosecuted and all that stuff, they're just waiting for this event to happen so they can go scram to their holes and hide.
It does seem like they're almost trying to drag it on. Yeah,
because I don't believe that either side is really in the right, in my opinion.
Well, like we've talked about in the past, it's like you have the Kabbalah and then another faction as well, and they're kind of...
you got two Kabbals fighting it out.
Exactly.
One for the space, it's like a gang war.
Yeah.
You know, they want to move it to their territory, they're winning, the other one's fighting back as hard as they can.
Yeah.
And so... But I thought you'd find the lack of women in India and China and the human trafficking results of it kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Also, Trump is not going to be on the primary ballot in California because California passed a law that if he doesn't show his tax returns, he can't be eligible.
Huh.
So we're going to have some fight there, I believe, in the courts. And, you know, if it gets to the situation where they violate the federal law, I think California could probably be excused.
Yeah, because they're actually, that's in the courts right now.
Yeah, and it's going to
In the
probably
beginning
what I told you
stages,
in the private
but-
conversation, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wow. I didn't think about that.
Yep.
Because when you think of it, it makes sense though. If the president's exempt, then why, you know? Why should anyone else?
Yeah, if they don't allow Trump to be in the primary and he can't be selected as a candidate for California, they can disqualify him in the federal, right? But not really, because federal election laws are different than the state laws.
Yeah, and he has no chance at California anyway. Right?
Well, he probably would if the state split up. I mean, all you got to do is get rid of the part of the West Coast. I mean, same thing in Seattle. You know, get rid of Seattle.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the West Coast of Oregon, and the eastern parts
Yeah.
of the states would have a bump.
And like Northern California, I know, is heavily for Trump. Whereas,
Well, most people don't know this, but Washington State is actually purple. It's like 60-40, okay? It's not that bad into the light blue. That's why it's a light blue and not a dark blue.
yeah, it's not like Oregon. It's mostly red, and then you have the big cities like Seattle and Tacoma.
Yeah, Oregon's the same way.
Yeah, yeah.
And so really is California, but it's more like 1/3 to 2/3, you know, because most population around the coast, you know, in
Yeah.
one certain pocket.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I just thought you'd find those interesting facts.
I do.
you know,
I
a
do.
little bit
I do.
interesting.
I do. I always
And
find this stuff interesting.
if
I
you wanna
actually
look
usually
into
go
the-
back and I almost have to like listen a second time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I was working with West Virginia Prepared Mine on OBS. I got her set up and stuff, and I don't know what she did tonight because it's all messed up. But she was running perfect last night.
Nice.
But I need to get you and Snafu and stuff like that all lined up, running OBS properly, and get you on the hotkeys so you can make it really look, you know, professional.
Yeah. I definitely need to get the hotkeys going. Snafu too. You work with Snafu as well?
Yeah. I tried. He called me earlier this morning. I was sleeping at 4 p.m. Taking my nap, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get him set up on OBS so he can make it more professional too. You know, it's just, you know, I think it's a good thing to do is help other people. I don't want to go live much, you know, so I don't have time really.
Yeah. But you know, I still hope, you know, you do find time at least sometimes, because I do enjoy your videos, you know?
Yeah, I like to make them more thought more thought about. I don't like to do just, you know,
Like every day, like I do. I know.
Well, you know, you got your own thing, and
Yeah,
You know,
it's how I like to do it, and I have good sources, and you know, and today I feel like I owed a call-in show. There's a lot of people who I put out a video this morning, and it was my first ever show, and everyone thought it was a actual like current show, even though in the title I put this is my first ever show. Like I just basically wanted to show that how little my like goals, my demeanor, my personality, all these things, like my mission statement, it's all, I've stayed the course since my first video. You know what I mean? So
right. You know, that's been I stayed the course too, because I don't want to panic people. I don't want to fear mongers. I just want to inform, educate, and prepare them.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
For whatever comes, and so that's what I do, and I try to drop as much knowledge as possible.
Yeah, and you do great at it, and you do stay the course. You really do,
Right.
and you look out for people that look out for you.
I look out for people that are genuinely honest.
Yes, exactly. And that was another thing I was
If they're
trying to
full
show
of crap,
in my
I know
video.
who they are.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
I'll call bullshit on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That was another thing I was trying to emphasize too, was my honesty. How I started out saying A, B, C, D, and to this day I am still saying A, B, C, D with the same demeanor, the same everything, except a little bit more know-how. That's all, But everyone.
You get educated as you grow, but you also, you have your roots, and your roots have to be on solid foundation of telling the truth and doing the right thing.
Yeah, and I think it's veterans in particular have a easier time with that.
Yeah, because you work as a unit and you work as a team.
Yes,
The weakest link in your team is the worst problem in your team.
exactly.
And you have to make sure that team member gets up to par.
Yes,
If not, they get shipped out.
yeah. Or they
And
or some soap in a sock.
Yeah,
We didn't really do that to anyone in my boot camp. That's just from movies and from my experience. But on ships, you'd be surprised. Or
well, I was on a ship active duty for at least 8 months. Oh, I know.
Oh, you were?
Actually, a couple of them, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got shifted around quite a bit working other stuff because they wanted me to get a lot of experience on stuff.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
I
of
don't
that.
want to go into that because...
Well, yeah, I wouldn't. But yeah, on a ship, justice has a
Well, you remember when they... you're probably too young to know this, but when they put you through boot camp when I was in, they hand you the 45 at the range and told you to shoot that, and then they told you to shoot the M1. I don't know if you guys ever got to do that.
No.
Yeah, they wanted me to be a sniper after they shot me cup off on the M1. It's like, no, I just want to be a sniper.
Yeah.
I'm in there for the college money.
Yeah. You're not the only snipe mod, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I was GSM, so gas terminal mechanic.
Yep. And yep. I was just I was a marksman with a 9, but that was it.
Yeah, but
But I was
it's just,
I was military intelligence, so I was in the rear with the gear anyway.
Yeah, well, I was sending notes to other people before 4chan was even formed, so you don't wait about that one. But the thing is that I really think that a lot of stories are important, but you have to look at whether it's a psyop or not. The 9/11 stuff, those people never got to do. They never got to do. The vets and the first responders never got, and that's been typical of history. We've always got the short change when it comes to taking care of the vets, taking care of the first responders.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
And so I really think that that's a shame, and I really don't like Rand Paul for that, But I'm really concerned about the Congress and this political infighting because it's nothing but a psyop. Divisiveness is nothing but a problem in this country. And I really think that needs to change before we can actually change this country.
That's for sure.
Because that is the control mechanism that the money funders have been using for centuries. And once they get scared, they draw their moat around them, and then they reduce the population. They've done it before.
Oh, in recent memory.
Yeah, look at Mao Zedong. You know what he did over there in China, He had 15 million dissidents. He put them to a camp and killed them all. Basically starved them to death.
Yeah.
The same thing with
Even Saddam.
Stalin was shooting 5,000 people a day,
Wow.
executing them. You know, he killed more people than Hitler did. Is that
Wow.
in the books? No.
No.
You know, you got to look at these dictators, and you know, of course, they're all part of the same lake. So when are people going to wake up and make them worry about walking down the street? You know, because they should. You know, instead of being a victim, stand up and fight for your rights. And because nobody should be denied fresh water, the ability to collect their own water, live on their own land, to grow their own food as they see fit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
like what they're doing with it. Well, now it's Agenda 2030. But
well,
yeah.
yeah, they're trying to herd you into the cities. They're trying to get
Yeah.
you dependent upon the government. They don't want you to know any life skills. So can't even cook for yourself. You have to go over there and get your food at McDonald's.
Yeah.
or
Totally
whatever.
dependent. They want you totally dependent.
Yeah, until that cycle's broken, we're not going to win.
Yeah.
So it starts at one person at a time. Learn how to homestead, get yourself a piece of property, fight the laws that are unjust, you know.
Yes. I agree. I mean,
But
obviously.
if you look at what's been happening, they've already tried to wrap up everything to control you, control everybody else. And when they get in trouble, they go look at some other people that are weaker, and they go, the whole part of the thing about this is conquest has been used as a profiteer for them. So if you got a weaker neighbor, well, let's go raid him, let's go attack him, take everything they got, kill the men. Once we can make slaves, and we bring back the women and children, make our own slaves.
Yeah.
And we take everything they got. That's what it's always been throughout the centuries, conquest. Most people don't understand the word conquest. They think about, oh, we got the strongest economy in the world. Doesn't mean shit to conquest. If you have the strongest economy in the world, you can't defend it. You cannot keep from being victored by your conquestors. End of story.
Oh man, that's deep. That is deep.
That's the way it's always been.
It
There's
is.
no
It
other way to
is.
explain it.
And you know what? I mean, when you think about it, capitalism.
Do you think Putin's
like.
ever thought about it any other way?
Yeah, I know, right?
Do you think any other leaders have thought about it any other way? I mean, they've used.
Think about how they
bureaucrats,
must view us, you know, and
Yeah.
we say, you know, well, capitalism is the way, and you know, but it's halfway a load of
has always
BS.
been second to the serf on the bottom of the social scale in almost every society.
Yes.
So economics is like second from the serf, and they view most people in the world as serfs, or slaves, or servants. The second top is the mid-level, which is number 2, which is the
That's like the landowners.
economics.
They own land. They own businesses. I would say that would be the middle, and then there's the
It's a pyramid.
yeah.
It's still a pyramid. They still think of the world this way. And people think that, well, we got the strongest economy in the world. So what? How fast could that economy go if there's a natural disaster, or if there's a war and we're invaded or whatever? The economy's gone. The merchants are gone. All you got is the elite that rule, the military underneath them to enforce the rod of the stick.
Sobering.
That's why you have to be prepared. You have to be armed. That's why you can't let them take your guns.
Yeah, yeah. It really does. Like the more like I've grown and learned throughout my life, the more I realize how brilliant our forefathers were.
Yeah, they were. They were brilliant.
Yeah.
How much commerce did you see them talking about?
None I remember.
They talked about the security of the nation, having a force that could actually defend it, and for the common interest of the people to defend that.
And you know, and the rights of to a militia, and also, you know, they were big on the fact that the way that they wrote it, we are only one generation from losing it
away
all.
from losing it all. Yes, and they also realize that every
And I worry about this generation
should be
coming
well
up
armed to defend the nation at any cost.
against foreign and domestic.
Exactly.
Actually, it's really more so domestic that what they meant. The Second Amendment.
Yes,
So,
I actually agree with you on that one.
yeah,
Whenever the government gets too powerful and takes over,
yeah,
then the people should be able to revolt
rise
and,
up,
and
yeah.
change the government.
yeah. And then people say, well, what do you need weapons of war for? Well, if you're rising up against a government who have weapons of war,
No, I just need a hunting rifle, Matt. That's all I need. Okay?
you know?
Because while you're sitting there with the AR-15 with your little 300-yard range, even with a military weapon, I can still kick you out in 720 yards.
Exactly.
Off the board.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But at least you know, it's better than a handgun, and it's in 5 pots, and you know what I mean. This has to be locked here, and then the first floor you need the magazine, and it's just unbelievable.
Well, if you give me an
In
AR,
Massachusetts, that's how it is.
if you give me an AR-15 versus a 30-06, I take the 30-06. I've got 200 more yards of range.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
honestly.
yeah. Well, with your training, yes.
Well, I grew up hunting. You know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure
would
the guy
go.
had-
I would go with the AR-15 just because I'm not as trained.
That's a good urban weapon, you know, to fight in the cities with.
Yeah, that's the way I would have to fight. I wasn't a sniper or anything like that, you know.
Anyway, I thought I'd just call in and
But yeah.
give my 2 cents and,
Oh,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah, and more than 2 cents. I think you hit all 5 senses.
Yeah, you know, if you want to look into the Rich Seth stuff,
The what?
I'll give you one name to look into if you're going to look into Rich Seth.
Yes,
Okay? Rod Rosenstein,
will do.
who was in charge, who was around it, who set it up. I just gave you the name.
Will do.
Because if you dig hard enough, you'll find it. Because they're trying to bury it like hell. I dove into that lake 6 months ago. I knew who did it.
Huh.
Who set it up. You'll find it.
Will do. Will do. I'll look into
I'll
that.
talk to you later.
All right. Thank you
Yeah,
so
good
much.
night.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, Drop.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Bye.
All right. Have a good night. I'm telling you, I always love it when Drop calls. I always love it. You know, like, kind of brings you down to earth. And he's just vital to this community. Okay, Chicago. Here you go. Hi, Red Pill News Dispensary.
What's up? This is Kevin, man. How's it going?
How you doing, Kevin?
I just want to call in and make a quick point. Because I was looking into this anti-boycott divestment sanctions and all these progressives that are supposed to be for human rights and
Could you say that one more time? The boycott.
divestment sanctions, the ability for American companies to boycott Israel.
Okay.
And like progressives like Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, a bunch of other ones, they voted to limit Americans' free speech, the ability to boycott, protest. It's a fundamental American human right.
Now, is that just for that one particular nation?
Yeah, because the BDS.
I would assume so. I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, it is, and it's just crazy because they're the ones supposed to be caring about human rights, and like you're talking about what's going on at the southern border, but they don't care about the Palestinian rights. So
Yeah.
it's just total.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, Nadler, you know him, he was in the Mueller thing.
Nadler?
Nadler, yep. Bernie Sanders, he's supposed to be this big human rights, social justice guy.
Yeah.
And no one's talking about it. He has no press in the media.
Well,
'Cause
obviously not in the media. Right? I mean,
yeah, you know why.
yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So,
Yeah,
so
I was wondering if we could talk about that a little bit.
if I was to pull that up, what would I pull that up on?
Anti-BDS bill.
Anti-BBS bill. Okay. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
You know who did a good take on it is Jimmy Dore. Look up his channel, Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Yeah.
BBS, Bravo Sierra.
Bernie, Dylan, Samantha.
Okay. BDS. Okay. BDS bill. So anti-B Bravo Delta Sierra bill. Correct?
Yep. You know what though? When it came to South Africa, do you remember the boycotts in South Africa?
Wow, Bloomberg, they actually put, is the anti-BDS bill constitutional? And it goes, yes, but if a state law punishes a company for boycotting Israel, that violates the First Amendment. So they were actually halfway honest there, as far as in their title. I mean, of course, the key part is not all bold, but you know.
Yeah, it's Bloomberg. I wouldn't trust what they say.
Oh, you know what? It's opinion.
Yeah, it's opinion piece.
Yeah, it's an opinion
It's a
piece.
serious digging to get the truth, but
Well, I use the good thing is. Oh wait, no, I'm not on my Oh yes, I am. Yeah, no, I'm on DuckDuckGo. So let's see. Let me try to find something that's Oh, so this is actually from 2017, 2018.
yeah, this stuff's like
Wow,
whatever,
it passed in Texas. Obama signs anti-BDS bill into law.
They all signed it. Obama and Trump, they both signed it.
Trump as well. Well, yeah, Trump's pro-Israel big time.
I think the House signed it actually.
All right,
was,
so this one might be MPN News, which stands for Mint Press News. Boycott, divestment, and sanctions. New Senate anti-BDS bill unconstitutional and ineffective at curbing boycotts. It says quite a bit about the priorities of the new Congress when in the midst of a government shutdown, when federal workers are not receiving their paychecks. The new Congress is more concerned with curtailing the First Amendment rights of the people. Chip Givens, U.S. constitutional law expert. And this is actually written by someone named Alexander Rubinstein. Wow.
Anything that helps Israel, man, they're all controlled by it.
So, Washington. Pro-Israel lawmakers in Washington, undeterred by the partial shutdown of the United States government, are pursuing their agenda full speed with the introduction of the first piece of legislation before the 116th Senate. A bill that aims to stifle the free speech of rights of American critics of apartheid Israel. Apartheid, thank you. The Republican-controlled Senate's first bill, S1, would enact penalties on entities that engage in boycotts of Israel, one of many measures in the United States intended to push back on the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement. BDS seeks to place economic pressure on companies and institutions that support Israeli ones operating in illegally occupied areas in Palestine in order to pressure the Israeli government into compliance with international law and to cease its practices of apartheid. What does apartheid mean?
I think it's just like racial supremacists, racial like Israel being Jewish, the Jewish state, Palestinians second class. I'm not sure exactly what it means, but basically
so
racist.
Some type of okay, so yeah, so where was I? And cease its practices of apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and the ongoing encroachment of Israeli settlements. The Senate skewed priorities. Senator Bernie Sanders, pushing back against the timing and symbolic priority being accorded to the bill, said, "It's absurd that the first bill during the shutdown is legislation which punishes Americans who exercise their constitutional right to engage in political activity. Democrats must block consideration of any bills that don't reopen the government. Let's get our priorities straight." Sanders' condemnation of the anti-BDS bill should not be taken as signaling support for the movement. Asked about the non-violent movement in an interview with AJ Plus in 2016, Sanders says, "I'm not a supporter of BDS." Now, would the BDS be the pro-Israel type thing? Or would that be anti-BDS?
No, being able to boycott it would be anti-Israel. So, anti-BDS would be for Israel.
For Israel, okay. So he's trying to say he's not a supporter of BDS.
No, he's a Zionist. He's another Zionist.
So
he voted for it this week.
This week. Oh. Okay, so
there's only a few that was for it. Rashid Tlaib, Elon Omar, and some other ones I forget. But that's pretty much it. The rest of them, Tulsi Gabbard, she's supposed to be this big progressive, everyone's favorite, anti-Israel.
So Ilhan Omar was definitely anti-BDS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
that's
assume
one of the
so.
few things I agree with her on.
Yeah.
Everything else disagree with her on, but
But her reasons are skewed. You know what I mean? It's because she's,
yeah, she's
Muslim Muslim Brotherhood paid for. She basically hates this country. She said it on many occasions and referred to the terrorists as us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with her. I mean, that makes sense to be for that. My problem is mainly for like the Bernie Sanders type. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. Like in one tweet, he'll complain about human rights abuses at the southern border, but when it comes to Palestinians and stuff, he's like, "Oh, I'm not for that. I'm not for BDS. That's anti-Semitic and this and that." So he's and Nadler, the dude who, you know him, right?
Oh, of course.
He's another Jewish congressman.
Yeah, he's screwed, I think, but I don't know. He basically really did damage to his own party.
Adam Schiff, he's another one that's
of course,
pro-Israel.
yes, and he's the other one who did big damage. So these
Schumer,
guys,
Feinstein.
yeah, all these people you're naming, they're all. I don't see their political careers going too much further. Schumer, he'll still be around. He'll be elected, and it just depends. I do believe in the Q stuff, and I do think that the hammer will come down, or at least I gotta admit, it is wishful thinking as well. Like, and I am aware of that, and I try to be careful of that because, when you want something to be true, you're more likely to kind of gloss over, certain things and emphasize things that make it seem real. So I'm hoping that the Q thing is real and that I don't think that anyone in the government should have dual citizenship. I just think they should start there, and that would solve a lot of problems.
That's a good start. That's a good start, but that's not the beginning. But I did want to talk about this. Did you know what South Africa boycotts was, right?
Was that the one when they were killing the farmers?
Yeah, that's what I ended up being that, but it was South Africa. Like, it was a worldwide boycott thing. That's what they wanted. Like, South Africa is racist. These white people are oppressing black people, this and that, and a lot of Jewish organizations were pushing for it, condemning South African whites.
Yeah.
And it's just complete hypocrisy, but now they're saying it's anti-Semitic when it comes to Israel. You want to boycott Israel. When it comes to South Africa, no one had a problem with it.
Exactly.
And that's my problem, man. It's just complete double standards, complete hypocrisy.
Well, like we said the other day, who is in charge when they're the people that, whoever you can't criticize, that's the people who are truly in charge.
Exactly. And they're not putting the word out. They control the narrative, the media, and most people don't even understand this. They think
media, music, yep.
They put Elon Omar as the face of this, so naturally Americans gonna look at her and be like, "Well, if she's for that, I'm against it." And it's like,
yeah,
that's a really smart move. Like,
it is. You know what? I didn't even consider that, and that's like so in my face, glaring in my face, and I didn't even consider it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Well, I wasn't aware of this this BDS, but as soon as I heard her name, I knew she would be anti-BDS. But yeah, you're right. See, I took it as it's also a great way, I think, to win this next election, is make the face of the Democratic Party, the 4 freshman congresswomen, the squad. But you're right, there might be Trump's known to have, kind of like more than one, sometimes even more than 2 reasons for each move he makes.
Oh yeah. He's good at doing that, but it's just a good indicator of how to that Syrian thing. Like, anybody who's trying to push pro-Syrian war, all right, they're exposed. And this BDS thing, it's like, oh, if you're against the First Amendment and against the constitutional right, okay, you're exposed.
Yeah.
And
one thing I will give Trump credit for, as far as this topic, is no matter how hard they try, and trust me, they've been trying hard to get him to go to war with Iran, because they are the last true threat to Israel in the region. Saudi Arabia is, an ally, and hence an ally to Israel. That's why, when people talk about, biblical prophecy, they almost said that will never happen, because it said that the countries that were aligned with Israel are countries like, I think it was Jordan, whatever Jordan's called.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia. But whatever they're called, their actual names from, their biblical names. They're not named that. And it says, and they'll be lined against Damascus, and you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
yeah, and then it talks about Gog and Magog, which is Russia and Russia's leader, and yeah.
I think that's those end times prophecy stuff. That's all bullcrap. That's pure.
You think so?
Yeah, that's all. That's what's it called? Propaganda. That's Zionist propaganda. There's a bunch of pastors that go along with that, but there's a bunch of pastors that disagree. I don't agree with that stuff. I think it's from the Scofield Bible. That pushed that narrative, the end times prophecy, all the nations. I don't know exactly what it is, but I don't buy it. I think you just got to believe on Jesus Christ. And there's no difference between Greek and Jew. You just believe on Jesus Christ, then you'll be saved. There's none of this. He's going to come down into Israel. You got to stand with Israel and everything. Otherwise, you curse it. You go against Israel, you'll be cursed. And total hogwash.
I agree with you as far as that organized religion goes. And that really just having a walking, talking relationship with God and, salvation through the blood of Jesus Christ is the way. And, I consider myself a born-again Christian. But I do put stock into some of the end-time prophecy. I do. Just maybe not some of the more secular type. But, as far as as it's written, I do put stock into that. I do believe there will be a great deception. That's just me personally.
Yeah, I think he's going to come down and judge all nations. I think that's going to happen. But as far as there's a lot. I don't know exactly, but it's like Mike Pence and Pastor Hagee. They push this.
Yeah, like I said, the more organized religion. I don't seem to. I don't get anything from, organized religion. I've just seen too much bad in the world, and I grew up Catholic, so I saw a lot of, men who were supposed to be men of God turn out to be lesser men than the average man. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just, I ended up losing. I thought that was it. So then I guess God must not be real. And it took me until later in life to realize, well, you know what? I didn't realize that the difference between Catholic and Protestant, I mean, there's a lot of differences, but the main difference, I guess, is with in Catholicism, you need a priest to translate the Bible for you and to read it for you, whereas in Protestant, they more so, allow you to read it yourself. Now, then again, there's other things about the Protestant religion that didn't vibe with me either, though, because it just didn't seem right to me. So I just feel like every single man, woman, has their own walking, talking relationship with God, and depending on how they see God. And to me, I see God as basically, I do believe that Jesus Christ was God in the flesh, and that the only way for salvation is through the blood of Jesus Christ. That's honestly what I believe. Hello? Did I lose you? Don't tell me the phone died.
Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
just so you know, the battery's low, but
Okay.
okay. I thought that had died on you.
I try not to fit different religions: Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Lutheran. I mean, if Jesus Christ is your God,
Yeah.
and if there's different rituals or different ways to go about it, I don't care. That's not me to judge. Just follow the 10 Commandments. Believe on Jesus Christ,
Yes.
and you're okay in my book. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree. That's how I look at it as well. That's basically what I was trying to say. Is that, you know, the more, you know, the more organized the religion, I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. I just feel like it maybe was used as a form of control, some of these religions, but you know, you can read the Bible yourself. Now you can go to maybe, you know, like a minister or a priest or something and ask questions, and I've done that, and I haven't been too happy with the answers. You know, I've gotten answers that didn't match what the Bible said, and it was a real turnoff for me. And I don't know, it's just, maybe it was just that one priest, but you know, I was like starting to come back to God, and you know, starting to, you know, really trying to treat people how I want to be treated and do good by people, and the type of things this priest said really put a bad taste in my mouth. And I already had a pretty bad one from my younger years. And yeah, you know, that's just me. But
E. Michael Jones said Catholic Church got corrupted in a lot of ways. Not all of it, but a lot of it got corrupted by Zog, by small hats. They said they infiltrated it and corrupted it.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
at
see
some point, yeah, because you look at like I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming like our parents, grandparents, you know, everything was the Catholic Church, you know. I don't know. I assume you're Italian. I'm not sure.
No, I'm Polish and Irish.
Polish. So yeah, still Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? Like our parents, grandparents. I mean, everything was you know, was the
Catholic Church.
Yeah, it was everything.
Catholic Church is huge, man.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Well, in the United States, it was huge. Like when I was growing up, I thought everybody went to CCD. I didn't understand, like, you know, there were some Jewish kids in class and they didn't go. I didn't understand why they didn't go. You know, there'd be some Haitians that didn't go. I didn't understand why they didn't go. You know, but everyone else went to CCD, and I just thought that's the way it was. You know, there's a few Asians, they didn't go. Some did, but not all. You know, I never understood it, you know, until later in life, you know, that not everybody is Catholic, you know. I used to think everyone went to Sunday school and all that and got confirmed. It just shows, just thinking back, I was so naive, but I was a kid.
Yeah, I went to a Catholic school, elementary school, 1st to 8th grade.
Yeah. Oh, to 8th. Wow. Yeah, I did to 6th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird. There's a lot of people go to Catholic school and they're not even Catholic. Like they go to a Catholic high school and they're not Catholic.
I know. I noticed that too. I was very confused by that as far as like high school, like Catholic high schools.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Catholic high schools in the Boston area, and actually it was the Boston Globe that really took down the Catholic Church with all the sex abuse, because it was rampant here in Massachusetts. You know, a lot of Irish Catholics.
I think that's overplayed. I think it happened, and it was definitely something that happened, but they jumped on it and pushed that narrative, and they're trying to break down the church. I think that's what.
Well, they broke it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
They pushed
Nowadays, it's rare that people force their children into church.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, it's very rare. Like all the churches are now, it's more so like illegal immigrants and things like that. That you don't really find your Polish, Irish, Italians, Puerto Ricans even. You don't find them. It's usually like a Salvadorians, and at least where I live, El Salvadorians, Mexicans, Guatemalans. That's what you find in the Catholic churches nowadays.
That's because Catholics were the rare ones that would oppose communist Jews. They wouldn't go against with the communist Jewish narrative, Bolsheviks. They would call out synagogue of Satan. So they find these few
That's true.
instances.
That's true.
Of these,
That is one very true statement about the Catholic Church. You know, I mean, watch any film on exorcisms, and there's some type of Catholicism involved. You know,
yeah.
Those are movies, but you know, I mean, exorcisms are very much believed in the Catholic faith.
You know, a lot of Protestants, they hate on Catholics too. I noticed that.
Protestants as well.
They hate on Catholics.
Oh yeah, and vice versa. I mean, it's kind of like the war. I never really understood, but like my I know on my Irish side, my uncle, or two of my uncles, they one isn't around anymore, the other one's sick. You know, I never understood their tattoos, and turns out I know now, later in life, they were with the IRA. You know, they took that stuff real serious. The whole Catholic versus Protestant Ireland, you know, the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, I believe.
Yeah. You know what? What is it? WASP? What is WASP? You ever hear that term, WASP?
Lost? What?
WASP, yeah. You should look it up real quick. WASP.
Wasp.
Not the insect.
Not the insect. Okay.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. I think that's what it means.
Oh, okay.
Anything coming up?
Yeah, I got it. Wikipedia. That's the only thing they had on it. WASPs, White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, are a social group of white Protestants in the United States, often of British descent, and typically wealthy and well-connected. The group has long dominated American society, culture, and the leadership of major political parties, and had a monopoly on elite society due to intermarriage and nepotism. Nepotism, thank you. Although the WASP hegemony on the American establishment has lessened since the World War II era, WASPs continue to be well placed in major financial, business, legal, and academic institutions. During the latter half of the 20th century, outsider ethnic and racial groups grew in influence, and WASP dominance gave way. Americans increasingly criticized the WASP hegemony and disparaged WASP as the epitome of the establishment. The 1998 Random House Unabridged Dictionary says the term is sometimes disparaging and offensive. sociologists sometimes, no, I'm sorry, it's just sociologists sometimes use the term very broadly to include all Protestant Americans of Northern European or Northwestern European ancestry, regardless of their class or power. The term is also used in Australia, New Zealand, and Canada for similar elites.
Yep. They really were against Catholics, the WASP.
Yeah, looks that way.
And E. Michael Jones, he put it down where they
Oh,
tried
here
to.
it is. The concept of Anglo-Saxon and especially Anglo-Saxon Protestantism evolved in the late 19th century, especially among American Protestant missionaries eager to transform the world, historian Richard Kyle says. So yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to E.
And
Michael
then
Jones.
they split into two mutually hostile camps, the liberals and fundamentalists. Of great importance, evangelical Protestantism still dominated the cultural scene. American values bore the stamp of this Anglo-Saxon Protestant ascendancy. The political, cultural, religious, and intellectual leaders of the nation were largely of a Northern European Protestant stock, and they propagated public morals compatible with their background.
Yeah, you know what? They waged a war on Catholics and did practice ethnic cleansing of Irish, Italian, Polish, German neighborhoods.
Yeah.
These elitist WASP.
Portuguese. Yeah.
Yep. They would send black crop workers from the south to.
Are you sure
ethnic-
German is it involved in that? Because German and English have always been kind of intertwined. I mean, you know that the royal family of England are actually German.
I'm pretty sure German is Catholic. I think a lot of Germany is Catholic, but a lot of Germans are Catholic. But yeah, there's German Catholic neighborhoods, Polish Catholic neighborhoods, Irish Catholic, Portuguese Catholic, Italian Catholic, and they would send these black crop workers from the south into these neighborhoods to displace them and try to destroy them. Because they saw Catholic as a threat to their power.
Huh.
Ain't that messed up?
Wow. You know what? I actually knew that because I was always surprised, like when I would hear things like old, Southern Protestant stuff, claiming to be talking bad about Jews, blacks, and then all of a sudden they'd say Catholics, and I'm like, why Catholics? I never got it. You know what I mean? I never understood. You know, this is like in my teenage years, and even like going into the military, when people found out when they saw my dog tags Catholic, they would almost kind of look at me different, and I never understood. But this makes a lot more sense. I mean, I ended up learning, of course, that the whole Protestant Catholic thing, but yeah, and especially Irish. I mean, and in Boston, where I'm from, we were treated like the black people were treated down south. The projects are full of Irish people, Irish Catholic people.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Go look back, but it's crazy though how they would you would think, but now I think that's more it's not as much fighting. I think they're trying to combine to, you know what I mean? They're trying to stick together. It ain't like the old times. I think they're there's still some fighting, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Now they're trying to unite and be like, dude, we got bigger problems going on than Catholic, Protestant infighting.
Yeah, it's becoming now. It was, and I agree with you, and I think that it became about like, it became like a black thing, and then nowadays it's like more so like against like Hispanics, And the sad part is like me. I'm a strong believer in strong borders, but only because that's what I think makes a nation. I don't have a problem with Hispanics at all. I just have a problem with our borders not being strong. You know what I mean? Because then we're not a nation. As far as like Hispanic people, I love Hispanic people.
Yeah, I'd also think that it's important to have a cohesiveness and an identity, and we're like importing millions of Guatemalans, Hondurans, El Salvadorians, kind of disrupts the nation's identity and kind of conflicts.
It'll have a lasting effect if something isn't done. Yeah, I mean that goes for anything. Wherever they come from. Let's say that those countries were better off. Let's say they were coming from Asian countries. It would be the same thing towards Asians. Anytime you have, such an influx of people coming from one area, almost just like when the Irish came, they were hated. And basically what they came, they happened to come during, the potato famine, and that was during, of course, the Civil War. So, they didn't mind them coming in the north. In places like Boston and especially like New York, and they encouraged them to come, and they'd have them get off the boat and sign up for the Union Army and hand them a gun and a uniform. And in the end, the way the North won was through logistics, industrial power, and being able to replenish the men. But that, but that goes back. I mean, even the British used to use German soldiers. Like I said, the British and German have always been kind of intertwined in many ways throughout history. I just can't believe how many people don't know that the royal family that all of England goes crazy about are actually the House of Windsor and German.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
They're all
it's
English.
unbelievable. It's true. They're German. They actually had to change their name during World War One because of all the anti-German sentiment.
It's kind of crazy how right Germans were in like their work ethic and stuff, and their ingenuity, what they call it, ingenuity, like brilliance, their craftsmanship and stuff like that. They are
Like Operation
really
Paperclip, we kind of built our whole NASA program off of the German scientists.
Yeah.
In particular, von Braun.
Not even that though, just their culture, work ethic, German culture and work ethic, it's pretty impressive. There's a German president in Romania, and it's like Germans are like really small minority, but they elected a German president.
Wow.
And,
in Romania, there's a German president?
yeah, he's of German descent.
Wow, that's weird.
And that's because Romania has a long history. Like when there was a German president in the past, Romania did really good, and like their country prospered. So it's just another example. And in Russia, there's a German head of cars. Like he's a car maker.
Well, the Germans make very good cars, for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't know what's up with Merkel.
Oh, she's a plant. She's a Rothschild plant for sure.
Big time. There's rumors that she's Hitler's granddaughter, But I don't. I think they're unfounded. But then again, I do think that she has some type of relation to the Nazis.
No, I wouldn't doubt if there's some type of descendant.
There's something. She from a higher up, like a high up Nazi. She is a descendant for sure, because she was very sheltered at the beginning of her life and protected.
So she definitely doesn't share that ideology. She's completely the opposite of that.
Yeah, total opposite. Yeah. But yeah. On that note, it was nice talking to you, brother.
Hey, you too, man. I'll call into your next show. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course, anytime, Kevin.
All right.
All right. Have a good night. All right. Let me check chat. So I still have those other stories to cover. The Book of Enoch is extremely interesting, Samantha. Joe Solomon, then read Revelation chapter 2, verse 9, then read Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Original General. Original General, did you say that you sent me? Somebody said they had sent me something. Alfred Phillips, welcome. Good evening. Tyson Kevin. Hannibal Hyde, thumbs up. How you doing, brother? Yeah, the Book of Enoch is extremely interesting. What are these right here? Mice, rats, and dog prints. Doggy. Side mouse, front mouse. I don't know what that means. Oh, Sam, you open the door, mice can get it. Joe Salomon. Original General Job Solomon, Abraham's grandfather, is Shem's son of Noah in Genesis. Chapter 10. Gomer is the son of Japheth, Noah's son, who bore Ashkenaz. Wow. Original General. Good stuff. Joe Salmo, yeah. What is in the book of Genesis and in Revelations? Original General. I'm just curious. Oh wow, you have proof? Biblical proof that the ones who say Jews and Israel are not Jews through Abraham's lineage. But wasn't Abraham obviously Jewish? 10 Commandments is the way. I agree. Christ states a religious man is a dangerous man. I like that. Because I agree. Organized religion, I'm not really vibing so much with it. And I hope that, I'm not Syria has been the center of conflict since the days of Daniel. Yes. And they say what? Damascus will be destroyed in a day. And that's going to be a big sign of end times. But, you know what? I like what you put right there, Drop. Good call, Matt. Never lead your facts to a conclusion. Enjoy your brain. Oh, shit. Huh. The drop was enjoyed. Oh, 5.9 magnitude earthquake, El Salvador, 18 minutes ago. I know, actually, you know what? I might take the phone out tonight and see what I can catch on video. Yep, 5.9. Started at 5.8, now it's 5.9. Oh, I heard that Chicago isn't the murder capital anymore. It's actually Baltimore now. I guess that's why the president's been talking about it lately. Talking so much about it. What's up with the earthquake there? Let's check it out. But we'll see the depth and everything. Let's check. Off the coast here. So let's see. Today, 5.9. Which one lit up? And La Libertad. This year, 6.6 in La Libertad. So it's not the biggest of the year, but definitely the biggest this month. So about an hour ago. That's the orange one. So right here. And then 21 days ago. So here's today's, well, about an hour ago. Okay? Today, about an hour ago at 5:54, and that's UTC time. By the way, it depends on where you are. I would give you the equation for UTC, but basically, like for instance, right now it's 2:56, right? So for us, it happened at 1:54. So if you live on the East Coast, take away 4 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, take away 4 hours. Because that was 5. Yeah, take away 4 hours. Almost 6. Almost 3. Wait. 4:54. I'm sorry. Take away 3 hours if you're on the East Coast. And I guess if you're on the, which means though, I know it curves, but I just want to see something. So yeah, so as far as magnitude 1.5 or greater, one in the past 24 hours. We know what that was. Oh, that's for El Salvador. Sorted by recent. I just want to check the United States quick. So this month, 7.1 in Ridgecrest, we know about that, of course. This week, China Lake, which is also where it is rumored that, so that's right here. And another one in Salis Valley. To the same exact places. $10 kilometers. Here's the Washington one. Oh, 32 minutes ago. A 2.9, 32 minutes ago in Washington. Another one in Ridgecrest, 1.9. Looks like the biggest one was at 3.0 in Birch Ocean View. And near the coast of Massachusetts. What? What? We don't have earthquakes out here. We've only had 3 in this year. What are all these? These like little mini ones? 2.3. Oh, 6 years ago. So this is where I live, right here. So the closest that's come to me is this. Winthrop, I know where that is. It's out. It's actually land. Oh, that must be the closest town because it goes out into the water. 10 years ago, a 2.3. So we don't really have anything above a 2 point whatever. And only 1 on land. July 22nd. Is it me, or is July July and June like a more active month than others? Or does it just seem like that? Nah, maybe not. Maybe that didn't check out. So filter by magnitude, we do 5+, and we will do, I just want to do like world, the whole world. think you can do the whole world at once. Let's keep on United States. So we know that there was a 5.9 down there. Alaska. 3 hours ago, 2.0. And a 2.7. So yeah, 5.9. I want to check the depth actually. Yeah, 5.9, 72 kilometers. That's pretty deep. And then 120 kilometers in southern Alaska. Although I think they're known to be deeper out there. But wow, 72 kilometers. And then all of a sudden, it almost looks like they like went right up here, right up this line. 'Cause these were all today. Interesting. So the biggest earthquake this week was in Japan, this month, Indonesia, and this year was the 8.2 in Fiji. Interesting. Alright. By the way, guys, phone line's open if anyone else wants to call in. I missed the game show night we had before, also Red Pill. Yeah, that was fun. My t-shirt? Oh yeah, you like it? Oh, you can see it. Yeah, you gotta represent. Oh yeah, there was actually one more little story to play. I took the story I had that I didn't get to finish. And then I'm going to check alright, so we went over the FBI. Now let's look at the subpoena for the other two. So the CrowdStrike subpoena, clicking here. Let's look at the DNC first, because that'll be more interesting, I think. So again, Edward Vitowski, plaintiff versus defendant Michael Gottlieb. So Same plaintiff, same defendant. Subpoena to produce documents, information, or objects, or to permit inspection of premises in a civil action. Alright, you are commanded to this time, date, and place set forth below the following documents, electronically stored information, or objects. Oh, hold on. Am I sharing? No, I'm not. Let me share. This is the DNC. This is a subpoena for the DNC. We already, at the beginning of the show, went over a subpoena for what's it called? The Russia, right? Was it Russia, I believe? Let me just make sure. Oh, the FBI. The first subpoena was for the FBI. This subpoena is for the DNC. In the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Sherman Division. Congratulations, Texas. Get to the bottom of this. The plaintiff's subpoena seeks information about the unauthorized removal of data from Democratic National Committee, hereinafter DNC, computer servers in 2016. Data which was later published by WikiLeaks. That event will hereinafter be referred to as the 2016 data breach. So anytime they say that in this it says 2016 data breach, what they're referring to is WikiLeaks. Okay? In particular to WikiLeaks, data from the DNC computer servers in 2016. The subpoena commands the production of the items or things listed below, and the plaintiff requests that any such production occur electronically, either via email to plaintiff's counsel, same counsel, Ty Clevenger, or by mailing an electronic storage device to plaintiff's counsel in Brooklyn, New York. All data should produce in an encrypted form. Produce unredacted copies of all reports and draft reports that CrowdStrike Inc., hereinafter CrowdStrike, prepared or submitted regarding the 2016 data breach or any other breaches of DNC servers during 2016. Produce mirror images of the disks that were breached during the 2016 WikiLeaks or any other security breaches of DNC servers during 2016 as of the time those breaches were first detected by CrowdStrike and or the DNC system administrator. And by the way, CrowdStrike is the third subpoena, I believe. So we'll be looking at that as well. Produce all documents, communications, records, or other evidence regarding the 2016 WikiLeaks data breach or any other security breaches of DNC services during 2016 that were exchanged between 1. the DNC and 2. government investigators. For example, the FBI or Metropolitan Police Department, the U.S. Department of Justice, members of Congress, congressional personnel, or CrowdStrike or its representatives. For the period from January 1st, 2016 until July 10th, 2016, produce user access logs for each of the disks identified in paragraph 2. For the period from January 1st, 2016 to July 10th, 2016, produce records indicating all occasions, time and date, that Seth Rich downloaded or saved onto any device, like flash drive, data disk, more than 10 gigabytes of data from Democratic National Committee servers, as well as records reflecting the exact amount of data greater than 10 gigabytes that Rich Seth downloaded. For the period from January 1st, 2016 to July 10th, 2016, produce records indicating all other occasions, time and date, that more than 10 gigabytes of data were downloaded or saved from Democratic National Committee servers onto any device, for example, flash drive, data disk, etc., as well as records reflecting 1. The exact amount of data greater than 10 gigabytes that was downloaded, and 2. The person or persons responsible for each such download. Produce for inspection the actual servers that were breached as part of the 2016 data breach. If the servers were destroyed, or if data relevant to the breach was altered, removed, or destroyed, produce records reflecting the same. Note: if the servers cannot be produced in Texas, for example, because they are still in use elsewhere, then the plaintiff's experts are willing to inspect them at a mutually agreeable location. For the 128 days preceding Rich Seth death, produce all texts, emails, and/or instant messages exchanged between Rich Seth and other person or persons. Also produce all texts, emails, and/or instant messages referenced Rich Seth during that time period. Produce records or communications identifying all individuals and/or entities, government or otherwise, who are allowed to examine the DNC servers, or mirror images of those servers after the 2016 WikiLeaks data breach, or after any other security breaches of DNC servers during 2016. Produce all documents, records, or communications setting the parameters of what information CrowdStrike was or was not allowed to share with governments, agencies, or representatives. For example, FBI, Metropolitan Police, congressional investigators, etc., regarding the unauthorized release of data from Democratic National Committee servers. If, for example, an email forbade CrowdStrike or its representatives from sharing certain information from the FBI, that email should be produced. Produce all metadata, for example, download speeds, file markings, etc., indicating whether the 2016 WikiLeaks data breach was the result of one outside force, for example, Russian agents, Pakistani agents, who hacked the servers from a remote location, or 2, an individual or individuals who entered DNC facilities and downloaded data onto a storage device. Produce all documents, communications, records, or other evidence, including written reports, suggesting that someone other than Russian hackers may have been responsible for the 2016 data breach. Produce all documents, communications, records, or other evidence, including written reports, suggestions that Imran Awan, Abid Awan, Jamal Awan, Hina Alvi, and or Rayo Abbas improperly accessed data, improperly removed data, or otherwise compromised the security of the DNC's computer systems. Produce all documents, communications, records, or other evidence, including written reports, indicating what role, if any, that Imran Awan, Abid Awan, Jamal Awan, Hina Alvi, and or Rao Abbas held with respect to the DNC and or its information systems. For example, employment status and title, contractor status, or subcontractor status during 2016. Sounds like, I definitely know the first one, the Imran one. I wonder what their ties are to the Muslim Brotherhood, to be honest with you. So, let me just do this quick. I'm going to copy these names for its information systems. Example, appointment status, produce all documents, communication, records, or other evidence indicating whether the DNC had terminated Rish Seth or was planning to terminate Rish Seth as of the date of his death. Produce, wow, so they're talking about did the DNC take him out? Wow. Produce a copy, and we all know it, it's just that they're actually going after him for it. Produce a copy, it wasn't just a conspiracy theory, it's like to write off everything, you know? Produce a copy of Rish's Seth final paycheck after deposit or records indicating the bank and account into which his final earnings were deposited. A July 18, 2018 Washington Post article. And by the way, it's Washington Post, so news, politics. It's the July 13, 2018. And timeline, how Russian agents allegedly hacked the DNC and Clinton campaign. No redirect on an UTM term. Several alleged dates that Russian hackers tried to compromise DNC servers. March 15, 2016, Russian hackers allegedly began trying to identify vulnerabilities in the network of the Democratic National Committee. April 18, 2016, a month later, hackers allegedly gained access, took them 1 month, to the DNC network using credentials stolen from a Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC, employee. By June, they've allegedly compromised 33 computers using the same relay system as for the DCCC. April 22nd, 2016, only a few days later, hackers allegedly compressed and stole several gigabytes of opposition research material. May 2016, that next month, less than a month later, both the DCCC and DNC become aware that their networks have been compromised. Took them a while. And finally, after being compromised, over a month later, May 25th to June 1st, 2016, hackers allegedly accessed the DNC's Microsoft Exchange server and stole thousands of emails. So they were aware that they were compromised over a month before they got to Hillary's emails, it seems. Produce all evidence, user logs, that corroborates or refutes the Washington Post allegations above regarding the activities of Russian hackers. 18. If any item or thing requested by this subpoena was destroyed, produce documents, communication, records, or other evidence indicating as much. Well, I'll tell you one thing out of everything. Now, I'm sure that they didn't cooperate with all these things, but I know for a fact they're not going to cooperate with this. Because if they ever, produce documents, communications, records, or other evidence indicating how they destroyed, those phones, laptops, all that stuff. Come on, you think they're going to produce that? Hillary might not have the power in the DNC anymore, but she knows where all the bodies are buried, and too many people are involved. There's no way they're going to get that. There's no way that they're going to... Well, who knows? Maybe they will roll over on it if they know it's good for them. Because I believe it when they say, you know, like Q and stuff, when they say that they have it all, that they have the server, and, you know, with NSA, they actually really have it all. Got a call from my sis coming in. I gotta go. I'll watch the rest later. Much love. Read my text through chat later. Your text. I'll read it right now, quick. Text or live chat, Samantha? Right. Yeah, I'm answering the text right now. Alright guys, so I just wanted to see, I wonder if like people fell asleep. It looks like a bunch of people all of a sudden left. Oh, maybe somebody else came on. Is that what happened? Did somebody else come on? Is that what's going on here? It's okay. It's okay if someone else come on. We can still do our thing. Do you guys want to see, I sent you 3 emails, Red Pill? Alright, cool. On Deep State cover, the reason the Mule report, more second last vote from writing as the info. Alright, cool. I have so much emails though, so it's like I gotta go through them. So just give me 1 sec, cause I want to pull it up live here. Let me see what's this. Cause you know what? Alright, hold on. For you know, I can pull it up. But in order to protect my sources, because my sources email me on there, I have to do this, okay? But don't worry, I won't leave you with nothing. Shoot. Alright. Let me make sure it don't sound too bad. Hello, Red Pill News Dispenser.
Who's mad, Mr. I'm gonna arrest you for death threats. Cause that's
Listen, hey, you call and do another death threat. You're already done. You're already done. You're already done. You're already done, kid. You're already done, kid. I don't take kindly to death threats with a child in my house. All right, kid. All right. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. You call me from a different number every time because you got some fucking phone scrambler like a pussy. You would never ever call me from a real number. Alright? Never since before the death threats, you would never call me. For months you've been harassing, just calling from different fucking numbers. Alright? You're too much of a pussy to call from a real number and talk to me like a man. You a bitch. Well, that's even worse. Yeah, I'm not putting up with the death threat shit again tonight. Not happening. I mean, kid, you're already fucked. This kid just ain't gonna learn, is he? Listen, I'm in the middle of doing a show. Stop fucking calling me. Because all you're doing is making it worse for yourself. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. You're only making it worse for yourself. So just keep it up. It doesn't matter. No, you're done for the death threats for the night. You already gave your death threats for the night, and then the other night, and the nights before that. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna fucking send death threats to somebody who ain't scared of anything. Alright? Alright? Shut the fuck up. Fuck you, kid. Fuck you. Because you're fucking only doing it because you're a fucking pussy. That's why. See, and then it gets me to swear and ruin the video. You know? But I don't take kindly to people making death threats. I just don't. I'm trying to find music that isn't like totally horrible while I pull up the emails. So listen, coward with the phone number scramble. You're only gonna make it worse on yourself. Take advice. Stop, because you're just going to make it worse and worse and worse on yourself. Trust me. Any single time that you call, I record the call. So you're just making it worse for yourself. Every death threat you made is recorded. So you're going to get screwed. And just keep it up. It's just going to get worse. You already have 3 counts of death threats. You want to keep the number going? Be my guest. But you're not going to make me swear like I just did and ruin my show. But I think my audience understands why. And besides, I don't think that YouTube, they only monetize like one. You know what? I can't even like answer the phone anymore. Red Pro. Talking. Listen. Alright guys. You know what? If anybody wants to call into the show, just put your phone number say that you're calling and just like say what state you're calling from. And that way I know to answer the phone. Because I'm not going to continue to have someone say they're gonna kill me in front of my child. Not happening. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Yeah, they just keep calling. It's been happening for a while, the harassment, but, you know, I don't mind that. I'll go at it and yell at someone. But when they start talking about killing me and start trying to guess my address, see, I'm not answering the phone for anyone. So this is what this guy likes to do. He stays up all hours of the night just to ruin the stream. So if anyone plans on calling, just let me know. Hey, I'm calling in, and then just tell me just say the state, and that way I know it's you, and I'm not like hanging up on actual. But I hope this music isn't too brutal. Whatever I have on right now, I'm trying to find something that is at least not so bad. But trust me, that dude's screwed. He has no idea how screwed he is. Like, people don't take like, you kidding me? Like, does he think that people are gonna take like actually like feel bad for him, constantly making death threats against a single father? Stupid. And at first, I wasn't gonna report him, but now he wants to continue making death. I really am gonna have to do something about this. And you call again, period, like tonight, I'm making the call tonight. Otherwise, I'm just making it tomorrow. But if anyone plans on calling in, please just say, like in caps, just write, I'm gonna call in, and then just write the state. Or something, some kind of indicator so I know it's you. Even if it's not the first three, then maybe the middle three or the last four, just something so I know it's you. If anybody wants to call in. And I hope this music isn't too bad while I look at these emails. I'm just getting pissed off. You know what I mean? I try real hard, though. I do a lot of research and bring good information to the table. But you know, I'm just mad at myself that I swore. But I don't know. I think it's understandable when somebody. I mean, it's not gonna be understandable to YouTube. Like this video will never get monetized, and you know, I was going through all that trouble to make it so I might actually have a monetized video. Do you guys want to see something crazy? They refuse to monetize any of my videos. It's so nuts. Like every single video I do, they refuse to monetize it. Well, you know what? Actually, if I'm gonna show you, there's too much personal information on there. Now that I know that these creeps are watching, and it's not just one person. It's like him and his buddy, and then there's another set of people who just like to call and say like racist stuff. But like, you know, like it's not like we're talking about like actual like history and like, no, they just like say the N-word and like, you know what I mean, like all this other shit. They say every racial thing they can say in the book, except like it's so weird. And then I get these death threats. I don't know. Everyone always told me that death threats don't start until about 10,000 subs. Well, I'm already getting them at 1,800 subs. Let's see. So live here. You know what? You know what I do? They say every racial thing they can say in the book, except like it's so weird. And then I get these death threats. I don't know. Everyone always told me that death threats don't start until about 10,000 subs. Well, I'm already getting them at 1,800 subs. Yeah, you know what? Twisted might even good. I might have a name to go along with it. So let me view one of them. I just want to view one of them, and then you can delete it. You know what? You know what I do? They say every racial thing they can say in the book, except like, yeah, you know what? Just it's so weird. And then I get these death threats. Awesome. I don't know. Everyone always told me that death threats don't start until about 10,000 subs. You did the right thing. I'm already getting them at 1,800 subs. You know what? Twisted might even good. I might have a name to go along with it. Sorry about that. But yeah, don't block them, but just because I want to do research on that name. Just time them out. Oh, see, there's a bunch of them, huh? Oh, I did the wrong one. My bad. I didn't mean to do you, Florida Patriot. it's gonna have to be the same thing for this clown. This is what I don't know, guys. I do my best, you know. I don't know, but if everyone here left that's like legit, if you could please just you know, like, share, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if anybody, and guys, don't feel like it has to be like any like crazy amount, you know, anything helps from $1 to anything. Like I said, I'm trying to like keep everything above water. So if it's a super chat or PayPal or ad revenue, 100% of that, you know, it goes 100% of that goes to what's it called, the channel, and it's gonna go to, so far the one thing I do have is a mic. I was maybe gonna get like a second, like bigger mic that actually goes up to my face. I did get one mic that's like smaller and attaches to the laptop, but there's a bunch of other computer stuff I need. So all that stuff is look at this, guys. I want to show you guys. Yeah, check this out. Look at the type of numbers they. I'll show you. I mean, it's like so obvious it's them, and they really are like, aren't worried. I don't know if like they think I'm like gonna let these like death threats continue. Look, they call 666-6666. They call from New Jersey 666-6666 before. And now they're calling from California 666-6666. You know, for those of you who were there the other day, you know, when they're calling from New Jersey, that's the thing. They can call, they have like a scrambler, so they can call from any state. They could make up any number they want. And, you know, there's nothing I can, you know, it's hard to like differentiate. You know, I know, like, my normal... Yes, Satan? You ready? You know what they use? You know what they use? You know what they use in jail for lube? They just gonna spit on their hand, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. I hope you really do live in California, and you might get off light, cause bro, if you're on the East Coast, or down south, or in the Midwest, it ain't gonna go good, kid. It ain't gonna go good. And listen, did you just call me the N-word? You just call me the N-word, kid? Like, you're obviously some like white kid. Like, that's how you talk, dude. Honestly, you got a problem. You got a problem. And I remember you. You're the cat that I bitched out. I bitched you out. I bitched you out the first time I talked to you. And ever since then, oh, it was your boy I bitched out then. Alright? I bitched you out. Alright? And now you want to, now you want to call and you want to make death threats. You're fucked now. Now you're fucked. Now you're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. I got a little girl. I got a little girl in this house. And you're trying, and you, thank God you have my last name and my address wrong, but you keep on trying to guess my address. And if you're trying to guess my address and do fucking death threats, guess what? You're fucked. If you were a real man, alright, then you would fucking shut the fuck up and actually come see me and see what, and go ahead, yeah, even bring your boy. I'll fuck you both up. And you know that. You know that. You know that. Alright? You don't know where I live. That's the thing. You don't. Thank God you're the wrong address. Because you know what? You're the type of psycho that would show up with a gun. And that is why you're going down, kid. 27, 28, 29, 30. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. I don't care if the stream don't go up. It wasn't going to go up anyways. You're fucked. Did anyone ever teach you anything? For someone who knows how to do scrambling of numbers, you don't know much about how calls get traced, do you? You dumb mother. Ooh. No Vaseline, boy. No Vaseline for you. Enjoy. Peace. Alright, well, at least I got to keep him on the phone that long. Alright, so he's done. They got him. So they already knew. I had to play. I'm sorry I would have told you guys, but I had to play stupid. So, alright. So that's good. I probably lost most of you guys by now, but this has been going on for way too long. I had to handle that. So that'll be ending. And he's gonna get what he deserves. You know what I mean? Like you just don't make death threats to single fathers. You don't do that. And he still hasn't learned. He still hasn't learned. It's crazy. I don't have to answer anymore. But I ain't gonna answer you no more. Obviously you're obsessed with me. And then you also come in the chat, twisty nipples or whatever you are. Twisty nipples, twisty this. Man, you're screwed, bro. You're screwed. And then the thing is, like, you know what I mean? I wasn't just in the military. I did military intelligence. You're a dumb motherfucker. That's all I can say. I know this stream ain't gonna go up. I don't think it was gonna go up ever since one of the phone calls. Some of the stuff we got into. You know what they say, the type of people you can't talk about. Yeah, this will make things. I'm just gonna put the volume down. I'm just gonna put the volume down. I already got what I need out of that. So, well, I mean, reporting the YouTuber, I'm telling you, these guys, they have like, they call, he's probably called from about like 100 phone numbers. So, the actual like YouTube, I doubt is gonna lead to anything, but one of the times he messed up and called from a number that could be called back. All these numbers, if I call them back, they'll say like, oh, this number is a text mail subscriber, and that's how they do it. They call from all these random numbers. Well, he messed up, and I could tell he messed up once because he hung up real quick, and that's when I started calling that number back. And when I finally got an answer, and I was actually able to text with that number, that's when I realized I had him. It was the same voice, and he even made a death threat then too. So all this stuff is recorded. You know, I could play them. I have them all right here. It's all recorded. Every single time I've talked to him, I record the phone call. It's the only phone calls I record is, you know, calls like that, obviously. So, yeah, I know, kids troll, not men, I agree. But, I don't know, I think kids these days are kind of off, you know what I mean? I think he's like, probably like 21, 22, you know? Still a kid to me. I mean, I'm 34. Well, 35 now, actually. No, I know, screw him, but at the same time, like, I'm not gonna put up with death threats. I don't need that shit. I got a little girl here. You know what I mean? I just, it's an uneasy feeling when you have a little girl, because, you know what I mean? She depends on me, you know what I mean? But like I was saying, so, for tonight, I mean, it was a real great show, and, I think that we touched on a lot of stuff. I just asked you guys, like, share, if you're not subscribed, I'm pretty sure everyone here is subscribed. And if you know, whether it's $1 or $0 or whatever you can do, anything helps the channel. And I think everyone here has heard, you know, and it says it in the description, what goes towards the channel and what goes towards like personal. I guess the only one that goes through personal would be Venmo and Cash App. I didn't even mention Cash App in there because I figured no one had it, but then one person asked about it, so I guess I will add it in there. Venmo and Cash App would go towards like personal stuff, but you know, I need like equipment, so it doesn't even have to be like money. Like if you guys know any like YouTubers that don't use old equipment anymore, please, I could use any equipment. So far I've gotten one mic, but I could even use a second mic, because, you know, having like a mic that comes up like, you know, to my face, you know, that'd be awesome too. This mic is more so like it attaches to my laptop and it just picks up my voice, and that way it eliminates the sound of the fan. So if anybody at any point is able to do anything, it's much appreciated. If not, you know, and I totally understand. I mean, none of us are made of money, and you know, this isn't the type of channel where I've ever been the type that, you know, you're required to pay any type of money to, you know, get this information. This information is for you guys. I do this research honestly because I like the community and I like to help people and get information out. But I just want to kind of improve on my equipment. And you know, like I said, anything, whether it's if it's from, what are they? Oh, ad revenue, which I still haven't gotten my ad revenue and super chat. They both go in the same check. I still haven't received one check from YouTube. I'm still waiting. I'm around like, I think it's like all together I'm at like 78 or like $83, something like that. So it's like, as soon as I get to, from what I understand at least, it's $100. So I might just even put the rest of that money in so that I can get that $100, and then I can put that 100 towards it. So between that and there's a thing called PayPal, all of that 100% goes straight to equipment for the show. And you know, I'll keep all the receipts and every dollar will be accounted for. You know, I'm an honest guy like that, and I'll have all the receipts along with all the equipment. So far I have one receipt and one mic. Except I didn't spend the full 50 on the mic, to be honest. Drop sent me 50. I didn't spend the full 50 on the mic. Oh. So, you know, if it's Venmo or Cash App, that'll basically just be like helpful to me, like personally, you know. But to help the channel, you probably want to either, if you want to donate through one of the other avenues. But best case scenario, instead of, you know, having a, you know, do money where it costs a lot of money and it's, you know, I had to buy it brand new. If anyone knows any like old YouTube channels, that would be perfect. Like an old YouTube channel that, you know, just doesn't really do it anymore, and if they have any of the things I listed in the description, that would be so much appreciated. Seriously guys, like so much appreciated. It'll make doing this so much easier. Like, this is what I look at for, this is my my last computer. Wait, can you even see it? I don't know if you can see it. Oh wait, I'm just showing the TV. Wait, was it, how old are you guys? How's it showing the TV? Anyways, the screen is all messed up. I don't know how. Oh, so I'm showing that. Oh, so it's not gonna. So you guys can't see the broken screen. Oops. Yeah, it's like a busted up screen. I don't know how to show that because the camera is right here. See, I would need like a mirror, I guess. That's the only way to show it. But yeah, it's all busted up. But I plugged this like blue wire and then I plug it into the TV, and basically whatever would come up on the screen comes up on my TV. This small TV I have. It's not that small. It's actually kind of nice too. But alright guys, I just want to thank everyone for stopping by, and you know, thank you so much. If you know, you guys do try to find any equipment or anything, I'd appreciate it. I really would. But like I said, it's not required. It's not, you know, it's just if you come across it, you know. Closed mouth don't get fed. So I do have to ask because I just, you know, at this point I gotta kind of upgrade from where I'm at, because they took out 2 of my computers, tried to take out this computer, but I was able to fix this computer just by being inventive and, you know, figuring that I can plug the TV into it and have it pop up on the TV instead of just getting rid of the whole computer. But I still get constantly attacked on the computer and the phone. I had to get a new phone, all this crap. But the bottom line is, I'm happy that you guys join me here on this, you know, on nights like this. And I hope that you guys enjoyed the information tonight. And what I can tell you is that I just glanced at my 2 emails. There is some amazing information in there, and I want to thank you guys for that most of all. Tomorrow's show is going to be amazing. So I'd like to do like a show tomorrow during the day tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to save some of it for the nighttime as well, and also do a call-in show. But thank you guys so much. It's much appreciated. And when you are, you know, when you're not finding truth anywhere, and it just seems like everywhere you go it's a dead end, you know where to go to find the truth and to get your pets. Here at the Red Pill News Dispensary. Get your pets. Thank you guys.